jobs, quality education, good health, gender and income equality, clean energy and water, biodiversity, and climate action. They aim to reach sustainable development by 2030. Governments play a key role in achieving these goals, but they're not the only players. Businesses, civil society, Indigenous leaders, academia, and the general public all contribute as well. You might wonder where they came from. The SDGs were born in 2012 at the Rio Plus 20, a UN conference on sustainable development in Rio de Janeiro, which was the largest conference ever held by the UN. Until 2012, there were different international agreements that dealt with environmental challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. And there were the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, that aim to achieve certain social targets in developing countries by the year 2015. The countries meeting at Rio Plus 20 decided that a more comprehensive set of universal goals was needed to tackle the urgent social, economic, and environmental challenges facing the world. This kicked off the broadest consultation ever run by the UN. An unprecedented effort was made to get input from as many people as possible, particularly those who don't often get a say in international agreements. Over 10 million people around the world participated in the consultations and helped shape the SDGs. Apart from national governments, major stakeholder groups that were consulted included women, children and youth, Indigenous peoples, NGOs, local authorities, workers and trade unions, business and industry, scientific and technological community, and farmers. I am pleased to share some good news with people and planet. UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon said to a packed room of press delegates. The good news? After 3 years of negotiations and debate, 193 countries had agreed to a set of development goals more bold and ambitious than anything that has come before them, the SDGs. The due date for the SDGs is the year 2030, which makes the 2020s the decade to deliver. But how can we know if progress on any of these monumental issues has been made? The 17 SDGs are built on an evidence-based framework of 169 quantitative targets and 232 indicators that accompany them. This ensures that the SDGs are clear, concise, time-bound, and measurable, which helps governments and decision makers to include the SDGs in their planning. This means that we can keep track on each of the SDGs' progress. To achieve the SDGs, all countries are expected to set up policies and investment plans, and to use the targets and indicators to track their progress. They then report their progress to the UN. This is done through voluntary national reviews, VNRs, with a selection of countries reporting each year. Most countries, including Australia, have already submitted their first VNR. Governments are crucial in achieving the SDGs because they create and finance policies that support the goals. But all stakeholders have an important role to play. Industries and businesses in finding solutions for goods and services that align with the SDGs, and communities and individuals in supporting SDG initiatives, and in holding governments the private sector to account. Education, research, and innovation are all essential to achieve the SDGs. So universities, with their ability to create and disseminate knowledge and solutions, play an absolutely vital role. You can probably already tell that reaching the SDGs will be no small feat. All responses, from the global to the national to the local, even down to the individual, need to be coherent and aligned. But progress to date has been slow, so that it becomes very clear now that a much deeper, faster, and more ambitious response is needed from governments, businesses, and communities. Many experts say that in order to achieve the SDGs, we need societal transformations now that are unprecedented in human history and which represent a profound departure from business as usual. You may feel like the challenges are too big and too many. After all, you're just one person. But think about it this way. Every time you spend money, you have an opportunity to spend your money better. Every time you talk to someone, you have an opportunity to challenge their ideas for the better. You can seize these opportunities every day, 365 days a year. And of course, every couple of years, you have the opportunity to vote for the better. Not just in national elections, but in local ones too. That is an immense potential that lies with you and every other individual. The SDGs give us a roadmap for making the right choices and arriving at the right answers. Don't forget, together we are 7.8 billion people. Together, we can make big changes happen.
Oh, so sorry for that. Good morning, family, friends, and folks from around the world joining us for the beginning of our national summit, which is to talking about our SDG goals and how we try to localize them here in Nigeria. I'm your host, or let me use the word, I'm the moderator for today, and my name is Olushola Olajobi. I will be the pilot for today's event, which while we have a lot already on lineup for your enjoyment. So shortly we will have our opening remarks by our Oga, which is in person of Professor Olabode Popola, the Network Director of Sustainable Development Solution Network Nigeria. And he has been a very good person to us, and we would love to have him now. So, sir, please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I can be heard. I hope I can be heard.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. Well, I like to welcome everybody to this very important summit. I regret my inability to be with you personally. I'm far away in the UK, but thank God for technology. It is possible for me to interact with you. So it's my pleasure to welcome each and everyone to this year's summit. It's an edition of the SDG and Changemakers Award, which the SDSN Youth have tried to put together to celebrate our young ones, to celebrate the youth, to be able to identify strategies and solutions that will support youth in accelerating progress towards the attainment of Agenda 2030. We all know that the Sustainable Development Goals are a global vision to shape a more sustainable future. They constitute a shared international framework for development priorities for the year 2030. And this aims to bring an end to extreme poverty, to promote prosperity and well-being for all, and to also protect the environment, address climate change, which has become a big issue, creating conflicts around the world, causing massive migration, creating insecurity in our country and in other places. The SDGs are also to encourage good governance and ensure peace across the globe. One of the priorities of the SDGs is to leave no one behind. It's a mantra that we hold very seriously. We want everybody to be part of it, the old, the young, irrespective of gender, irrespective of circumstance. We want everybody to be part of the SDGs. Nigeria, like all other countries, must endeavor to leave no one behind in the quest for achieving the SDGs and related targets. We know that young people are believed to be the ideal agents to be at the forefront of the sustainable development movement. And the reasons are not far-fetched. The young people are gifted with innovation, they are forward-thinking, they have good imagination, they have energy, and the optimism is also there. They are the key drivers of sustainable development at the local, national, and global levels. As the present and the future inheritors of this planet, young people have the right as well as the responsibility to spearhead the sustainable development agenda and to also build synergy for a new system of development, which is founded on knowledge sharing, cooperation, and prioritization of issues such as extreme poverty, climate change, increasing inequality, and growing complexities of governance. Whilst the SDG 2030 agenda requires the government to develop and implement policies and programs to meet the challenges confronting Nigerian youth, and in fact elsewhere, the youth also need to recognize the fact that they have an active and integral role to play in their development. They have a critical stake in ensuring that the SDGs are achieved and a vital role to play in contributing to their achievement. We have to shape our role ourselves. And this means that we need a unified youth voice and message. And I want to emphasize this should be away from petty politics. There is too much petty politics going on among the youth. We're trying to interfere with the political process, which is fine. But we should see ourselves first and foremost as people who are more interested in development, not just the politics. It is therefore crucial that the youth mobilize themselves to engage with their leaders on appropriate strategies to benefit the population. The youth must demand from their leaders, as a duty bearers, a place at the table where critical decisions are made. And I want to emphasize this. Again, this is away from politics. You don't have to be involved in the political process to be able to engage the politicians. There is too much politics in the air and it's distraction, particularly to the youth. And that's why some of the youth lend themselves to violence, lend themselves to thuggery, lend themselves to some distractions that is actually disturbing and affecting the development process. Achieving this requires capacity development for the youth, including access to information and skills to enable their engagement. With less than 8 years to the Agenda 2030, it is important for all stakeholders working together within the SDG framework to accelerate their efforts, including strengthening the capacity to ensure that the youth are not left behind. This essential agenda, I believe, will form the focus of this summit. I want to believe that through this summit, we will be able to achieve our set objectives, which the organizers have put together very clearly, and I must say that I'm excited about it. The objectives include improving awareness and knowledge among the youth about the SDGs and their role in the implementation. Review accountability processes, very, very important, because there is so much corruption in the system, even among the youth. Accountability has to be taken very seriously. I understand that you'll be discussing the mechanism and strategies for localizing the SDGs and ensuring greater ownership by the youth across board in the rural areas, in the suburban areas, in the urban areas. We are also going to look at providing a platform for young people to engage in dialogues with other actors and stakeholders on concrete actions that advance the sustainable development goals at the grassroots, national, regional, and even at the global level. I sincerely want to appreciate the organizers of this event, particularly the coordinator of the SDSN Youth. He's been very, very diligent, and I want to appreciate the team that he's working with. The planning team has been exceptionally wonderful, and they have come up with this very innovative program, which I believe will change the narrative towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. I also want to thank all our facilitators from far and near for taking out the time from their busy schedule to be able to participate at this summit. I'm confident that this event is going to be an impactful and life-transforming one for every participant. It is therefore with great pleasure that I want to welcome all of you to this very important event. I believe you'll enjoy every moment of it, and we will await the outcome. So once again, I want to bid you a very good morning and to appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. It was really nice. Thank you for that wonderful opening introduction. Like Prof has already pointed out, the summit is going to be an all-encompassing one, which while we are trying to focus on the involvement of Nigerian youth and Africa youth towards attaining the SDG goals of 2030. And while we are aware that many people are already doing something about the SDG goals, especially across Africa, from environment to climate action to inequality, trying to reduce inequality and education and other problems they are trying to solve across the continent, we believe there is still more to do. There is still a long journey for us to cover. And looking at the time frame already, this is 2022, which means we have less than a decade to achieve all these goals. And so moving forward, we want to move into the plenary session now. So I want to call on some of our minstrels that will be trying to enlighten us and discuss some of the salient issues that will help us achieve these SDG goals, and making sure that, okay, we learn one or two things from them while trying to ensure a more sustainable environment and society for all. So permit me to introduce, please, before I call in our next Oga to talk to us, let's quickly watch this interesting video, so we'll move from there. Thank you.
Speculations have sent the housing markets into a frenzy, and employment numbers are tumbling down. Journalists have uncovered a decades-long cover-up of child abuse by coaches and doctors within competitive gymnastics in your country. Closing the news app, you open your family group chat. Maybe one of your siblings has posted something funny, and at this rate, you could use some cheering up. The group chat has blown up overnight, and what you see makes your heart sink. Bushfires are raging again, and there's one burning only 2 suburbs over from where your cousins live. Everyone is frantic with worry. At this point, you walk away, coffee in hand, tense, miserable, and confused. You think, this can't go on. Something needs to be done. Someone needs to step up. We need a plan to fix all this social injustice, economic chaos, and environmental destruction. This is where the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, come in. Fixing the kinds of problems that bring your entire day down in the morning coffee line can't happen in just one way. The SDGs cover sustainability from different angles: socially, economically, and environmentally. They set global goals for the 3 Ps: people, planet, and prosperity. The SDGs form the heart of the 2030 Agenda, an action plan adopted by all 193 countries of the United Nations. They call for decent jobs, quality education, good health, gender and income equality, clean energy and water, biodiversity, and climate action. They aim to reach sustainable development by 2030. Governments play a key role in achieving these goals, but they're not the only players. Businesses, civil society, Indigenous leaders, academia, and the general public all contribute as well. You might wonder where they came from. The SDGs were born in 2012 at the Rio +20, a UN conference on sustainable development in Rio de Janeiro, which was the largest conference ever held by the UN. Until 2012, there were different international agreements that dealt with environmental challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss. And And there were the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, that aim to achieve certain social targets in developing countries by the year 2015. The countries meeting at Rio+20 decided that a more comprehensive set of universal goals was needed to tackle the urgent social, economic, and environmental challenges facing the world. This kicked off the broadest consultation ever run by the UN. An unprecedented effort was made to get input from as many people as possible, particularly those who don't often get a say in international agreements. Over 10 million people around the world participated in the consultations and helped shape the SDGs. Apart from national governments, major stakeholder groups that were consulted included women, children and youth, Indigenous peoples, NGOs, local authorities, workers and trade unions, business and industry, scientific and technological community, and farmers. I am pleased to share some good news for people and planet. UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said to a packed room of press delegates. The good news? After 3 years of negotiations and debate, 193 countries had agreed to a set of development goals more bold and ambitious than anything that has come before them, the SDGs. The due date for the SDGs is the year 2030, which makes the 2020s the decade to deliver. But how can we know if progress on any of these monumental issues has been made? The 17 SDGs are built on an evidence-based framework of 169 quantitative targets and 232 indicators that accompany them. This ensures that the SDGs are clear, concise, time-bound, and measurable, which helps governments and decision makers to include the SDGs in their planning. This means that we can keep track on each of the SDGs' progress. To achieve the SDGs, all countries are expected to set up policies and investment plans, and to use the targets and indicators to track their progress. They then report their progress to the UN. This is done through voluntary national reviews, VNRs, with a selection of countries reporting each year. Most countries, including Australia, have already submitted their first VNR. Governments are crucial in achieving the SDGs because they create and finance policies that support the goals. But all stakeholders have an importance in finding solutions for goods and services that align with the SDGs, and communities and individuals in supporting SDG initiatives and in holding governments and the private sector to account. Education, research, and innovation are all essential to achieve the SDGs, so universities, with their ability to create and disseminate knowledge and solutions, play an absolutely vital role. You can probably already tell that reaching the SDGs will be no small feat. All responses, from the global to the national to the local, even down to the individual, need to be coherent and aligned. But progress to date has been slow, so that it becomes very clear now that a much deeper, faster, and more ambitious response is needed from governments, businesses, and communities. Many experts say that in order to achieve the SDGs, we need societal transformations now that are unprecedented in human history, and which represent a profound departure from business as usual. You may feel like the challenges are too big and too many. After all, you're just one person. But think about it this way. Every time you spend money, you have an opportunity to spend your money better. Every time you talk to someone, challenge their ideas for the better. You can seize these opportunities every day, 365 days a year. And of course, every couple of years, you have the opportunity to vote for the better. Not just in national elections, but in local ones too. That is an immense potential that lies with you and every other individual. The SDGs give us a roadmap for making the right choices and arriving at the right answers. Don't forget, together, we are 7.8 billion people. Together, we can make big changes happen.
Wow. So thank you for still staying with us. At this point, I can see the numbers of our audience are growing and growing. So I want to welcome everyone just joining us from all parts of the world. And please use our comment section to introduce yourself. Just let us know, we would love to know you. So give us your name, where you are joining us from, and the organization you work with or you are representing. So that will help us to know where we have our partners and where we should be looking forward to collaborate in the nearest future. And we'll be going to the plenary shortly. But before we go into that, please, if you have any questions as regards the SDGs or as regards the summit, please feel free to also use the comment section to drop your questions, your comments, your review, so that we'll be able to attend to them. Our technical units are on standby to solve anything you may, any question you may have. So just drop your questions, we will get to them. So that's that. So now I would love to call on another maestro to talk to us about the use of the role of SDG when we talk about education. When we talk about education, especially in this part of the world, many people already think about, okay, let me just go to school, let me go to school. So today we want to talk about the SDG 4, which focuses on quality education towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 2030. So, and for the session, is a great honor to welcome Professor Ayo Deji Oluleye, who is a professor of industrial and production engineering at the prestigious Premier University of Ibadan. So please, let's welcome our Oga, please. A round of applause for him as he joined us. So, Prof, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I can see my brother, Professor Labon, right there.
Very good morning, my dear. Long time.
Nice to link up with you again.
It's a pleasure, sir.
Let me just say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and skip the protocol and say all courtesies extended. Can I be allowed to share my screen? I'm trying to look for it. Hello?
You can, sir. You can. You are free to.
Okay. Okay, I think the screen is sharing, if I'm right. So please, I'll just try to run through a couple of slides to set the stage for probably the discussions that will come. And so I'll talk about just general SDG trust and then some metrics, what to do, probable strategies. So please, it's because I have very limited time, so I have to keep jumping slides here and there. So please bear with me, but I look forward to a nice time together. Now, the SDG 4 is on education, and precisely it says to ensure inclusive, equitable education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. One thing is sure, all the SDG goals, education is key to achieving each and every one of them. Without education, you'll be in trouble. And we're all familiar with what we faced in the last 2-3 years with COVID, which has created a crisis of access from which many may not, in fact, recover from that disruption. And what has worsened is the inequality of access and quality and promotion. So it's imperative that policies, methods, infrastructure change to mitigate this disruption. Now, having said that education is key to all, we also want to focus on youth, because that's the substantial part to get education across to, even though we're talking of lifelong learning. Youth in this regard is not age rigid. We're not talking of age this to that, but looking at the period you terminate compulsory education to your first job. So anybody in that region is in our mind. And one big problem we face today is unemployment, which has expanded the sliding scale of the age of youth. I see some adverts where we say, if you are above 26, you need not apply. And you keep wondering, 26, 27, and you are still in school without getting the first job. And a key problem is that in the last 20 years, youth labor participation has been shrinking. As a matter of fact, gone from over 20% to just above 15%. So there's a big problem with youth unemployment. And this is traceable also to the nature of education that we're having today. But one thing for Africa, which is a little tasking, probably fearful, is that the global projection of youth labor is that Africa will contribute, will have people in that bracket that will constitute 70% of the global resource, the labor pool. And if we don't get things right, we will continue to be in trouble. I just put a few metrics. I haven't said education is key, and we're trying to develop. Looking at Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa, we'll see that population-wise, we're going up there. And then the GDPs and so on. But I want to call attention particularly to the GDP growth of Nigeria in particular, and sub-Saharan Africa too. In both cases, the GDP growth lags population growth, and that is a time bomb. It means we are creating people faster than we are creating wealth. And so if we continue to have the pressure we have on our currencies, housing, logistics, infrastructure, you know where it's coming from. Now, I want to take a particular goal, goal 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, to which education can be changed, and which the goal is to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive, sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation, which are key goals of education itself. And when you look at some little factors, like manufacturing added, which would be, an output of a quality education, you find that Nigeria hasn't improved over the years. As a matter of fact, we lag by 20% the world average. So there's a need for drastic improvement to bridge that gap. And when you look at employment too, we were in manufacturing, we're 22%. Now, why have I chosen manufacturing? The reason we have the problems we have is because we're a consumptive society. We're not producing. And until the day we produce, we will continue to have the issues we have at hand. The rates will change, the pressures will change, but the issue remains. Now, today, everybody talks about CBN governor. Well, the CBN governor has his trouble, but the key to it all is that we are not producing. And we're a monoproduct economy, and we've refused to develop the potentials that are staring us in the face. Now, SMEs are supposed to be the backbone of any economy, really. And in developed economies, this is what runs things in the background. If you take, we all like the Mercedes-Benz, but you won't believe that Mercedes-Benz has over 2,000 parts, of which all those parts are, most of those parts are made, fabricated, and manufactured by small scale and medium scale industry. So that's what boosts. Just take one example. In Nigeria, our small scale industries and the micro contribute up to 48% of the GDP. So that's where to go and act. Is the largest quantum. And it's something we need to begin to talk about. Now, access to finance is a problem. The CBN has a policy, but it's not working well. We're not measuring it too well enough. Now, another key problem is that part of education is innovation, and we're not spending enough money in research and development. As a matter of fact, the data for Nigeria is dated. That is what you can quite assure from global databases is like 2007, where Nigeria spent 0.22% on R&D, while countries like Korea, South Korea that is, spend as much as 4.8. And so we're lagging. The estimated for 2013 was even 0.13, which is even 69% fall. So we are regressing in much respect. This is just a comparative thing for a couple of countries. Now, when it comes to the researchers, that is those who should educate and make the innovation, you see again that Nigeria, South Africa, and Ghana, we have varying reports. But what you find is that Ghana in particular has made a lot of progress over a decade, in which it had moved from 17.1 R&D per million to 89.1. And Ghana had always been one who did not put too much on R&D, but that's changing. That's a 5-fold increase, while Nigeria is regressing. When it comes to support, international support, again, we have a 48% decrease. And then high-tech industries, also, you see that the numbers are going down. But one area in which we've made some progress is mobile network, where you have over 170 million phone users in Nigeria, and you have a cellular coverage of 88%. And this may improve or increase, or whatever you want to call it, if the new technology coming up comes on board. But the smartphone use is still very low, 20%. And a smartphone you can easily connect to educating the populace. Now, what should we be doing? The teaching and learning intervention should now be outcome-based. We should stop producing people who will look for jobs, but people who will create jobs, and who will be whose the methodology and the pedagogy engaged will make sure that they can come with positive outcomes. Now, there are many things to learn from the industry and the world at large. And I think we should also begin to bring case studies into the learning process, and then interaction with industry leaders to know what life is out there before you even graduate. Of course, curricula need to meet societal expectations, but technology is evolving so fast that we're not able to cope with that. But I think one of the things that most curricula are using now is to just insert an amorphous, an ambiguous, I don't want to call it ambiguous, note that the content will include evolving topics in the particular area. So that cuts out the time limit of 5 years in which you must review curricula. Now, we must also focus on entrepreneurial development and boost competitions, which will in turn boost innovations. And then particularly for the research areas, we need to begin to form doctoral academies. And I know UI is working on something like this with 6 universities across 4 continents. We hope it succeeds, where we take problems from industry and we solve That's to make sure that innovations are real and can impact society the more. Now, productivity is key to all we do. It's a door to sustainability, and the wealth of nations are found in how you correlate this with all that you do. And so the cumulative effect is what we want to emphasize. I'll just jump over these productivity drivers. So education is complementary, but we must invest in human capital. Universities are now on strike. I hope things get sorted. We are lagging behind the whole world, and this is not the time to sit on the dock of the bay. So lifelong skills should be uppermost in the list of policy thrust. And what you find out is that the half-life of an engineer, just take an engineer, for example, the half-life of an engineer used to be like 5 years. The meaning of that is that in 5 years, you forget half what you know if you don't relearn and reskill. With the evolution of technology at so fast a pace, I'm sure that half-life today is probably 3 or 2 years. And so lifelong learning is uppermost in all we must do. Also, we must be effective in what we do, outcomes defined, and reports made, and feedback, and all that stuff. So active learning must be something, and on-job learning must be things we package as part of education. And one of the mistakes we make is to think that education is the paper, is the time you spend in school. Life itself is educative, and life itself is a school. And what you find out is that you never really stop learning. So we need to move from what you learned to what you learned and what you can do. And part of what we need to do also is plan discipline at all levels of government, of governance, and whether it's the government, the federal, the state, the local, the universities, the primary schools, the secondary schools, all levels must be planned disciplined. Also, we need to be grassroots centric, because that's where the bulk of the population still resides, basically. So in summary, what basic policies do we want to encourage? We want to encourage youth entrepreneurship and fund it. We want to facilitate the acquisition of digital skills. And I give this example of a little child I'm very friendly with. And I said, when next are you coming to Ibadan? I said, oh, my mommy will not let me come because she's sending me to school. But I said, but it's holiday. Which school are you starting? He said, I'm going to learn coding. This is a 7-year-old boy going to learn coding at that level. And I think catching them young is what we should recommend, and also lifelong for everybody. We need to place effective apprentice schemes that let people learn on the job by doing. And also, of course, encourage self-employment, make sure the regulatory environment is friendly, access to finance, and expand the networks that we have on which we can build. But everything must be thrust towards continuous innovation. Thank you. I'll just stop there.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. And thank you for the knowledge, as in some of the salient points you actually delved on are some critical questions I believe we really need to be talking about and addressing this age and year towards ensuring that we achieve the SDG 4, which focuses on quality education. So, from our audience, please, if you have any question, please drop them. While dropping them, please remember to add your name, your location, where you are joining us from, and the organization you are representing. So that's that. But Prof. Sir, I have some
carry on.
some questions here. I would love to get your view about them. And the number one question is, how do you think we can best address the education, especially when you talk about Nigeria, whereby everybody believes that, especially from the part of the government, nothing is coming forth. So how do you think we can actually achieve this SDG 4 by 2030?
Well, one of the things I always say is that when you have an argument, it's because you are not seeing the same thing. And somebody's seeing the two sides of a coin, another person is seeing one side, and maybe the other is just seeing nothing at all. And what I believe is that we need to make a more, I'm finding the right word, a more convincing case on why education is the key. And that is where we need to look at the economy, look at what we are losing from what we are doing, and what we could gain if we, improve not just funding to education, but funding and applying the resources to education. Let me say why I say not just funding. In Nigeria, we're used to earmarking money. You hear that the budget for 2022 has earmarked, who knows, maybe 100, I'm just speaking a figure, 100 billion for education. But what you find is that 100 billion is not necessarily applied. Maybe you apply 20 or 40 if you're lucky. So what you find out is that what is on paper is different from what is applied. So we need to convince ourselves that when we apply, the benefits far outweigh the costs that we put in. So the costs are like a seed. Let me give one practical example. In the 90s, when SAP was around, early 90s, late 80s actually, we used to run a course in my department. We used to run courses actually, not just one course. And we found out that there were some guys coming from Aba, that's in the eastern flank. They came for quality control, they came for plant management, they came for productivity schemes. And I was the coordinator then. So I asked this guy, look, you guys, you must be in a department. Why are you coming for all the courses? He said, look, we want to learn. We produce shoes. I said, that's good. But shoes for sale in Nigeria, we don't see your shoes. He said, no, our market is not necessarily in Nigeria. Once in a while, even during Hajj, what we do is travel to Saudi Arabia, move next to the Nigerian camp, and then we sell our shoes. So what were they doing? They were earning hard currency when it was SAP, Structural Adjustment Program. And what they were doing was to get education to be able to leverage to earn hardcore currency from products made in Nigeria. I remember also in the 90s when we did an industrial master plan for the country, 60 Nigerians, I was just one of them. You won't believe that the most the most competitive product Nigeria had was Star Beer. That's funny. How could Star Beer be the most competitive product? One, because the resources were internal, cheap. That was the time we were making a cutover from, what do you call it? Is it wheat and all, sorghum and all that? So the locally established raw materials were going to the UK and so on to earn Forex. So that's the kind of thing we need to show people, that when you plant ₦1, you can get $200. And so government needs to come with that, lens to see that it's not just allocating money, it's to allocate money to education because it's going to bring a lot more back. And I think this is showing us through the digital skills I mentioned. When you look at Google, Facebook, and so on, beginning to employ young men, young women in Nigeria for work done overseas, earning hard core currency, you ask yourself, what are they seeing here that we who live here are not seeing and investing in? So that's my little wrap up of that. Thanks.
All right, sir. I think Professor Labadi wanted to add something, sir.
Yes, I think Professor Lule has said it all. We have operated over the years and we have a common thought about some of these issues. Government will always be there. Government is very important. But my argument these days, can we possibly keep government as a constant while we look elsewhere for some of these solutions? He has given several examples that you don't need a governor to do for you. You don't need a minister to do for you. You don't need a president to do for you. And that's the essence of the SDSN, the essence of the Sustainable Development Goals. Let us start thinking outside the box. There is too much emphasis on government. And this is not helping. This morning, I was in a discussion with someone. And I said, everybody has become a politician. Our students have become politicians. Everybody is just discussing politics. We are not discussing development. So when we talk about education, it is not necessarily in the classroom. As a matter of fact, I have come with this opinion. There is nothing you can teach or learn in the classroom that you are not likely to find in the cyberspace. Just Google it. You find it. So let's look at education beyond a degree in the university. I'm right now in the UK, and you find out that many of the students in an average UK classroom are not English people. They are Black, they are Asians, because there is less emphasis on university education, even in the UK, because it's expensive anyway. It's expensive, and somebody has to pay for it, unlike in our own case where everybody wants it free. So let's try to emphasize education outside the university, outside the four walls. There is much more to learn. Professor Lula gave the example of a 7-year-old kid who is going to learn coding. You can imagine by the time he gets to the university, he's already a guru. So please, this is what I want youth to emphasize. Please think less about government. Government is made up of politicians and they will always do their thing, but we can do so much with or without them. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And Professor, so let me go back to Professor Olaleye. Sir, why during your presentation?
It's Oluleye.
Oh, sorry, sir.
I keep getting confused with Olaleye.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
Don't worry, the name is unique.
So sorry for that, sir. But actually, my question is as regards during your presentation, you talk about entrepreneurship development and competition. But okay, personally, I stay in Ibadan, and at least for months now, I have been traveling around, especially within the Southwest. But one thing that now seems to be the norm in every part of everywhere now is the POS business, which is becoming more like to me, it's becoming a nuisance. And when you ask most of these people, they say they are into business. So I would like you to talk about, when you talk about the entrepreneurship, is this the kind of entrepreneurship we're talking about, sir?
Well, not quite. You know, every entrepreneurship is about solving problems.
Okay.
And what we see today is that we all have this trading mentality, you know, take a from location, take a product from location A, move it to location B, and get, you know, a premium on it. And most people will even profiteer. If you go to POS business today, if you change if you change 50,000 naira with them, I mean, they charge you 51,000. So they are making 1,000 on the 50,000. But if you make the mistake of changing only 10,000, they still keep almost the same premium. So what you find is that the day there's an alternative to what they're doing, their business folds up. And so what we need to begin to do with entrepreneurship is a mapping of the problems. What are the problems? And how can I, kind of solve it? Let me give you an example. And I think Professor Labo was instrumental to this when he brought me up into the Indigenous Knowledge program. And I was teaching a class, and I discovered that one of the students was a Kabiesi. If I'm medical doctor Kabiesi, I'm sure he will remember him well. And I was given the example of when I moved to my house, out of UI, and we had this infestation of termites. And my uncle came the next day to say, Ekule, Iliatura, and blah, blah, blah. And I told him, look at the problem we have. He laughed. He said, Alakowe, educated man. Simple. There's a village across the road there. Go there, go and pick up ashes, from the women who are selling my core and so on. Spread it all around. You won't see them no more.
Wow.
And that's what we did. So I've been trying to solve that problem, and I bounced it off the KBAC also. You see, we will look for, because we were looking for Shell Talks, Raid, Bagon, Kerosene, spending all the money without any effect. But look at the simple solution. Just, spread ash around and they disappear. But, there is still a need to research that and to key into that problem and sell, that is, market the solution to an idea. So entrepreneurship should be about finding innovative solutions and quickly making your money. And let me warn, Nigeria is a country where I usually say, if somebody carries cement early in the morning, every morning, and you see him, and 2 weeks' time, he begins to ride a big car, a Jeep, everybody will start carrying cement. So that's why POS, you see that almost every 50 meters, you see a POS vendor, and what's going to happen later is that all those guys are going to be driven out, all because they are offering something that anybody can make available. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. But sorry, before you go, I want to talk about
carry on.
Go on, sir.
Yeah, carry on. Okay,
sir.
Yeah, carry on.
I want to talk about the part B of the question, which is about when you talk about competition in education, how do we try to achieve these how do we create a kind of a balanced competition within students while learning?
Well, competition, students while learning, is to give what I'll call incentives, rewards, perks, which may not necessarily be money. Because when you talk of prizes and so on, awards, people easily first think of money. So I would say a little pep talk, a little acclamation, things like that, when we're still at that age range, will go a long way to, sort out things. And competition must happen, whether we like it or not. It's a natural thing. I want to be better than you. I want to show you. And so we should encourage it in a positive way. Sometimes it needs to be monetized, but not all the time. That's what I'll say. Now, I see a question online in the chat. I'm being told there's a question from YouTube or something on, let me see now.
Yes, I want to go to the question now. That's from Khadija Suleiman. And she's asking, is it possible to build entrepreneurship skills
in children from grade 1?
from first grade?
I'll say yes. You see, these kids are very curious.
Wow.
And you see, our culture is very superstitious and very, I don't know whether fearful. We instill fear in children. If you see a child who goes to, say, a socket, you know, we abuse it. Kai, don't you know you are going to die or you are going to get shocked? The child doesn't know what shock means, and so on like that. So we have to find a way to bend to their level to let them understand what they can do. Let me give another example.
Okay, sir.
I had my granddaughter and my grandson, you know, visiting, and they used to make aeroplanes. You know, from paper. I give them the paper, they make different models, and they do a competition. My own is going to fly farther than yours, until I introduce a little reinforcement to the front of the plane by stapling the first maybe 3 centimeters, and their planes were flying farther. Now, but one day, you know, I had lots of staplers around the living room. But one day I said, bring a stapler. So I took one and they told me, Grandpa, it's not going to work. And I said, how do you know it's not going to work? It's my stapler. And I never worked. And so of all the staplers, you won't believe it, it took me 2 weeks to identify the one that works because they all look the same. Yeah. This is a problem they solved, you know, the day they came. And it took me 2 weeks, even as an adult, as the owner of the staplers. So they are curious. We should encourage it, and we should just find a way. No child is too young to.
Thank you for that. And even in addition to that, while working with many children, especially in eco clubs and stuff around town, I believe children has a lot, and so. Any child can learn anything even from 3 months or something. So far you allow them to express themselves freely and you don't try to just impose your idea on them. But Prof, there is another question here, and the question says, how can we collaborate efforts of public-private partnership to help improve the startup business?
Sorry, I didn't quite get you. Sorry, can you come again?
Okay, the question is about how can we achieve a more efficient public partnership collaboration for startup businesses?
Yeah, well, you said startup. I would have said the public part of it may be minimized if it's a startup business. What the public may probably do is produce a seed, you know, resource and let the private fly. You see, because if it's a startup, it's usually an uncharted territory to which you might suffer serious losses, setbacks, and so on. But if you are focused on the idea as being workable and implementable, then something can still happen. And I'm not sure the public can have the, do I call it the patience to see those kind of losses, except it's in a pool where you can have both positive and negative. So I would prefer to see the public as facilitators or designers of policy, developers of policy, and facilitators of the process of the private being successful. And you see, we need to go and study Japan. Everybody looks at Japanese products and blah, 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 quality, they are beating everybody. You look at cars, they beat the Americans in car design. That's because they studied them. But you see, the underlying thing about their system is that the civil sector, well, let me call it the public sector, is the facilitator of everything they're doing. Silent, but is there. And so the role need not be that we are both managing the business or we are contributing 60-40, but it's a partnership that should be entwined. As a matter of fact, what is encouraged today is the triple helix, where you have the government, the university, and the industry, coming together to do things together to succeed, not necessarily in investment quotas. So there's a role there. It's just that it has to be properly defined to make sure it's effective. And I want to correct this impression. It was in my slide, but I didn't get a chance to speak on it. There's a difference between effectiveness and efficiency. I heard you say efficient, but actually what you meant was effectiveness. And effectiveness is about outcomes, whereas efficiency is about the resources utilized to achieve those outcomes. And it is when you combine those two things that you get what I talked about earlier, which is productivity. When you are looking at things to be effective and efficient, then you get the productive elements out of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And let me now go back to our major theme, which is about the education. There are some questions here. We talk about how do we try to reduce issue of exam malpractices, especially at the secondary school level.
Okay. Well, exam malpractice comes when the system of learning itself is defective. You see, when a student copies notes to her tie or his tie or in a sheet of paper, it is because the student anticipates the question and it's a little pre-prepared for it. And so when the question comes, he or she is able to, deliver and get high marks. That is because there is no challenge in the exam. What you are having is simple regurgitation. And I remember when I was in secondary school, we used to have this agri class that most of us, you won't even look at the question before answering question 1, which is what is the origin of agriculture. And most of us, without looking, will start writing. In the beginning, man was a wanderer. He wandered from place to place in search of food and found out that the seeds he threw away would grow, and that was the beginning of agriculture. There was no challenge there. When you challenge people, you can, in fact, tell them to have open book exam. And those who will pass, and those who will fail. And so what we ought to be teasing out of a student is not how best you can regurgitate my notes or what you learned online. It is, can you solve this problem? And I try to do that in my exams when I set exams. If I say answer 5 questions, of those 5 questions, one of them, you will be trapped with one where you need to think and it's not something we've said in class. You have to think on your feet, on your seat. And what you find out is that only 5% of the class will attempt it because a good number of the class were prepared for what was to come from the notes or from the interaction which we've had. So my recommendation really is that the testing should be a little different. That is a testing method to elicit knowledge that they've acquired should be different from cramming and regurgitation. And of course, security, policing, and all that should also come into play. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
I will want to come in here if you don't mind, because that's a very complex issue, which I think a whole conference, a whole summit can actually be organized for it. So if you don't mind, if you can give me a few minutes to talk about it. Can I?
Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you so very much.
That's fine, sir.
Oh, okay. Now, I will start with the issue of exam malpractices. It goes beyond the classroom. And I'm in a federal government committee right now, trying to probe what goes on in the A-level classes, in the A-level institutions that I will not mention their names, and you find out that it's a syndicate involving parents, involving the institutions themselves. So it's become so complex, and it speaks to the level of the valuation of our values. You know, we have to go back to our value system. Is it right to cheat in an examination? Is it right to drop a paper on the road? Is it right to do some of these things that we do freely these days? So it speaks to the evaluation of our value system. So it's not just about the way we teach or the way we learn. It's about knowing what is right from what is wrong. And it's become so complex. Now, I just want to add to what Professor Lule said about people regurgitating what is taught in the classroom. Again, this is about the teacher or the lecturer. I mean, I tell my students, if you give me back what I taught you, you pass 40%. But if I taught you a topic and you are able to argue it out, thinking outside of the box, bringing in some ideas that I never even mentioned in the classroom, that earns you more. So again, it's about the way we teach, the way we learn in the classroom. Now, finally, I will add to the issue of PPP and entrepreneurship. I'm happy he said that we should take the other P, the public aspect, out of it. There's so much we can do to empower young people to go into entrepreneurship. One mistake we're making is that we need a lot of money to go into entrepreneurship. No, you can go into entrepreneurship with something very little. And this is it's something I did, I think about a year or two before I left as Vice Chancellor at Ocean State University. We got alumni of the university interested in entrepreneurship because we trained them from year one, instead of just training them towards the end of their program. From year 1 to year 5, every year, you must be involved in one entrepreneurship or the other. And we made sure that they also went to practitioners outside of the university. If it's a mechanic, if it's a bricklayer, so you go there and you learn something. And we floated an idea of 200,000 Naira loan for any alumnus that is interested. Oh, people said 200,000, what are they going to do with it? It's too small. 200,000, very small interest rate, payable over a period of 5 years. Quite a number of the guys who took that loan are not even interested in looking for jobs elsewhere, and they are paying back. So I think we really need to rethink some of these issues. We're not really thinking deep, and critical thinking has taken a flight, even in the university system. We have to go back to all of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that complimentary addition. I just wanted to say on two things, the value system. I think the value system can be restored when there's punishment for infraction. The reason it's free for all in Nigeria is that you can get away with anything and everything. And so we need to bring that penalty clause. Then on the case of you don't need much money, but you hit it on the head. I remember a case, I just want to give this. A little young man used to be at the gate of my estate taking photographs. And he became a security threat in that young men, young women were coming in to take photos. We were to send him away, but because he was the son of an old night guard, we decided to keep him. So I approached him and said, look, this is your business. What's the biggest problem? And he told me, sir, this was the days before digital camera. You know, you take the pictures, you go to one Tiger Films or something to produce them. He said the money to produce the roll of a film, how much is it? It wasn't more than 10,000 at that time. I gave him the money and I say, from now, I'm going to police you. I won't take the money back from you, but I'm going to monitor you. From there, the boy rolled the money until a day I saw him in suit. This is a photographer who used to be in jeans and bra. I said, what's going on? He said, I'm now a photojournalist. From there, he went and joined. And today, he's a big man doing stuff with just a little bit of money. So it's the idea. The idea is more important than the money. The money will always be like a magnet to any idea. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that wonderful contribution, sir. As we are rounding up, I have about 2-3 questions here. I want Prof. Oluleye to quickly help us touch on. And the number one question is, how can the education system in Nigeria be more flexible so that students can be able to balance between practicing entrepreneurship skills and the normal school or normal academic curricula?
All right. Can you go on with the 3 so that I just answer them? I mean, I just roll them together.
Okay. The second one is, what must we, as an individual, NGO, or the government, do to fast track the involvement of youth in entrepreneurship setup and sustainable education, in youth? That's the second question. And I think that you can go on with the 2. Let's just make it the 2 because of our time.
Okay. You see, making education flexible, well, we can appeal to the authorities, the government, the universities, the curricular developing agencies, but I think that is the slow path. The fast path is to try and, place throw down the gauntlet to everybody. You see, education, like I said once, is not what you learn in school or all this rigmarole that we do. It's what you learn in life and what you can apply. And if you look, like Prof said earlier, there's nothing you want, there's no question you have in the world today that you will not get an answer on. You can even get 1 million replies if you go to the web. Because when a knowledge-filled world today, knowledge is what drives everything. So what we need to do is to improve self-learning. I can tell you during the COVID, I took 5, I got 5 certificates. I just bought a white chair, chained my computer to my TV, brought a HDMI cord, placed them, and every morning I sat down to take lectures. At the end, I do a test. They send me my certificate. I print it. I'm happy because I'm at home. So we have to keep learning. And what you find today is that self-learning, self-education, because what we are calling education is changing. All this BSc agronomy, BSc electrical engineering is being redefined before our faces. What people want now is, what can you do? So you may find out that where we're going with education is not 4 years in university or 5 years somewhere. It is 1 year learning, who knows, 10 modules. And that's what you go and apply. And if the job dries up, you self-skill, you reskill, you go and learn another 15 modules and then apply yourself somewhere else. So that's what's coming up. In fact, that's going to be a threat to the institutions as we know them, because the people to be employed will no longer be those who have gone through the mill as we know it. So each person should build the flexibility, and we have time. If you look at lectures, if you are in school, you probably have lectures for, who knows, maybe 6 hours in the day, 6, sleep another 6, 8. The remaining time, try and do some self-learning towards a particular purpose. Now, how do we
The second question about how we can collaborate.
Fast track, how we can fast track collaboration between. Can you just give me the keywords? Yeah.
Okay, like how do we try to collaborate between, as an individual, government or NGOs or any bodies, how do we try to collaborate to fast track achieving the entrepreneurship goal likewise education, especially in looking at the African population and Nigerian population in the coming years?
Well, I would say always that bring out the benefit of any proposal, and it should sell itself. Whether it's government, whether it's private sector, once they can see the benefit, they should be interested, because everybody, like they say, has a greed index. Once you hear that more money, more resources can be available, then you try to partner. But we have to showcase the successful, whether you call them case studies or successful cases, so that people can learn that collaboration is key. And in fact, what you find in the world today, whether R&D or anything, is that if you don't collaborate, you will be too slow. You have to collaborate to solve problems in a fast pace. And I think the best example for that is the COVID scare that we had. We had, vaccines being made in record time, although COVID is still hanging around a little, but there would have been more deaths if there were no collaboration across borders, across government, industry, and all that stuff. And so it's the way to go. And no one can achieve all things by singularly and in silos anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And at this juncture, I want to appreciate you, sir, for your time and for sharing some of your knowledge and experience. So we are proceeding to the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shola, for moderating the first plenary session. And once again, we want to greet each and every of our participants joining from YouTube. Thank you, dear Professor Holuleye. Thank you for the time taken to attend the event, the summit this morning. Really appreciate you, sir. And going forward is the panel's discussion, and leading this is this panel discussion will be led by Dr. Olushade Taiwo and also Professor Labo Dekupola. And we are going to be briefly having some questions. And the topic for this panel discussion is achieving the SDGs with and for the youth. And before we go straight to that aspect, I would quickly like to do a brief introduction of citation of our guest in person of Dr. Olushade Taiwo. And she is a development research consultant. Who retired from Nigeria Institute of Social and Economic Research after 32 years in public service, and being the head of micro group from 2015 to 2017. And she was also a member of the National Social Protection Policy drafting team. Dr. Olushade Taiwo, we are glad to have you on board this morning. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be here. Although the timing is a bit awkward for me, but I'm glad to be here. And I wish to say that youth activities, youth issues about youth in development have been my passion. In fact, in collaboration with the University Distance Learning Center, I ran an Entrepreneurship Summit in 2008, which was a seminar work, and since then I've been involved in youth activities. I welcome again Professor Labo. I met him recently in Osogbo at training, and since then I think we've been meeting online somehow. Yeah, talking about youth in SDG, a lot has been said already, and I know the background. The video that was shown has told us, we know a lot about it already. We don't need to go back to it, but now we need to discuss why are we really particular about the importance of youth in the whole agenda. Because when we're talking about sustainability, we're also talking about, in some way, talking about the future. And the future is about youth, not about the elderly, because in future, many of us won't be here, but the youths will be here. And if we don't start talking about how we are going to manage the system in such a way that we can still meet future that will be sustainable, and if we're not involving youth, then we're not doing anything. So sustainability is about tomorrow, and tomorrow is about youth. It's also about succession plan in a way. So we're talking about succession. How do the youth take over to ensure that whatever we we have on ground now is not depleted to the extent that they won't have a future to meet. And I would particularly want to emphasize the fact that many of the things that will lead us to sustainable development actually have business solutions. We used to think before that many of these services are philanthropic in nature. They're things we just take with the welfare packages. But these days, we know that many of these things have business solutions. And before, the format given me was that we are three and that we discuss, we interact. But now it looks like—
Yes, absolutely, Ma. You are not the only one running the session.
Yeah,
Professor
we are
Labo
only two. So I'll just mention the aspect that I have been working on a lot in the last few years, and that is about youth innovation and entrepreneurship. And all stakeholders have a role to play in this. Many people think it's just about government, like Prof said. It's not about government. Government is only playing a facilitating role. However, all stakeholders have a responsibility towards the achievement of this. But we need to create evidence-based awareness on the SDGs. What I observe is that many youth don't actually even understand the issue of the SDGs. They think it's one project that is also available, a new project that they can take some money from and run with it. They don't know that it's a set of goals that we all corporately need to work towards to ensure that at least by 2030, we can achieve some of these goals. And there are many ways of achieving the goals. There are many people that are working towards achieving the goals. Not only government, not individuals, but it's everybody. Like poverty, there are so many sectors in which you can address poverty. And there are many, many areas in which solutions can be derived. And I'm saying many of the solutions can actually be business solutions. Many youths who are engaging in entrepreneurship have like an urban bias. Many of them think, things they're going to do have to be in the urban areas, especially because many of them are tech-enabled solutions. But I want to tell youths that they also have a responsibility to think out of the box, think of problems, and then think about solutions that can bring development, both in the urban and in the rural areas. And if you think out of the box, you know that there are things that you can also do in the rural areas for which you can actually derive benefits. I would also like to mention that we require different approaches, not one size fits all. What I also see youth engaging these days is about all these competitions. Yes, they're good. Of course, we're also going to have an award ceremony today. It's good. But many youths have made all these competitions, an agenda. They make it work. It's the kind of work they do. But they just put up ideas and get awards for it. But the implementation of those ideas, they don't bother about it. There's a guy who is always asking me to vote for him, Once he gets the money, he forgets that idea, he dumps it, he starts another one. But how does he implement the idea that he gets an award for? Many of our youth are now making it a hobby to be entering competitions. But those competitions, those things that they propose that they want to do, to what extent do they do them? They don't. Many people just, they just go into competitions and bring up beautiful ideas. So we need a reorientation about many of these things, and we need people to think about projects that they can do, and then seek ways of getting funding for them, not only through banks or through financial institutions, but through innovative platforms also. I know many of you will have been hearing that there is a new area of impact investment now. There are so many impact investors around, but from my interaction with them, many of them are saying they don't have many deal-ready proposals, because people are just not used to doing things rigorously. They can't prepare good proposals, and the money is flying around, nobody to take them up. So that's another area I think you should concentrate on. They should organize programs for themselves and among themselves to build their capacity to be able to prepare deal-ready proposals that they can submit to impact investors. There is a continuum of funding available from angel investors, venture capitalists, even philanthropies at the beginning now can give some grants, and then at some stage they can convert to debt or equity. Many of our young people don't know the different options. They just know if you want to start up a business, you're looking for money, go to a bank or something like that. Many are lazy, they can't go online and search. I have on my database about 120 impact investors, both local and international. In fact, some youths are now also impact investors who are now even going into other climes to give youths funding for their projects in other African countries. So we need to be able to search well to know who is doing what, because he who pays the piper dictates the tune. Many of the investors have areas of the SDGs that they're working on. When you say an investor is an impact investor, of course, it's for a return, but with a mission to make impact. So how many of us, how many of you, of our youths, have the patience to check who is working on what area, who is investing in what area, who is interested to make an impact in what area? And also, those people who want to work on impact, the youths, do they even know what they are targeting? Do they know what they're targeting? Do they have the data to work on what they are targeting? Many of us are lazy. We're not willing to search for information about the areas we want to work. Have you been to National Bureau of Statistics to check the data about the issue we want to work on? Have you been able to check how your project will impact on a particular sector? So let us embrace evidence-based analysis before we do anything. And if you don't check the background, the base of what you want to work on, you can't monitor to see whether you are making an impact. If indeed youths want to work to make an impact, they also need to enable themselves to be able to follow, to see the extent to which they are making an impact. So I want to implore you to start working rigorously and analytically on some of these areas. There are more tailored finance.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Ma, please, just a minute. You've indeed loaded us with a lot of points, and really appreciate you for that, Ma. There are some questions that will be coming from the audience because definitely it's a panel discussion, and there are also some questions that we have that we quickly like to ask you, ma. Based on, and we start from the aspect of awareness. When we're talking about awareness, awareness is very key, just like you mentioned, because even before we can talk about adoption and acceptance of the SDGs, it's very important for people to be adequately aware about what these sustainable development goals are. What will you advise? How do you think we can accelerate awareness of the sustainable development goals, ma'am?
I think you have many youth platforms, and you need to be able to mainstream the SDGs into some of the activities that these platforms are doing. And then there's another thing. Many of us belong to different faith-based organizations. You know, Nigerians are religious people. Many of you go to churches, many go to mosques. And at the various fora of these institutions, we need to mainstream the information about SDGs. Many people don't, like I said, many people just think it's a theoretical concept, and they think it's a project that government is giving money for, and they don't understand the issues. And talking about evidence, we need statistics to be able to demonstrate to you people, do you know that in this Nigeria, the percentage of people that are poor is this amount. The percentage of people that are unemployed is this amount. So what do we need to do to engage process that will bring these figures down? Those are the kind of things that you can.
All right, thank you very much for that wonderful response, Ma. And just like you mentioned regarding the impact assessment, because even before you start saying you want to pioneer a solution, you need to know what exactly the need of that solution is and who are your target audience. And looking at that aspect, there is also a challenge, but we don't really see finance to be a challenge. But there are many youths out there that are having solutions, they have ideas in which they want to implement. And I believe I'm asking these questions on behalf of some youth. And based on your experience, Ma, I know that definitely you can give recommendations, because we don't believe, or personally, I don't believe that until you have the required fund for a project, that's when you have to start. You have to start even from the initial planning. What do you advise to when it comes to the aspect of youth who are having issues?
I didn't get that. Hello? Youths who are having issues with what?
Okay, as like I mentioned earlier, there are some youths that have these solutions, they have this initiative in which they really want to pioneer. And talking about investors, there are a lot of grants out there, and when you see the grant eligibility, you see 5 years, 10 years investments, $100,000. This has become a great challenge to many of these youth, many of Nigerian youths. And I really want to ask, what do you advise?
I advise that
when it comes towards SDGs, what do you advise?
In terms of getting access to facilities, because something kept missing each time you would. What I advise, I didn't hear the question well, but what I advise is that youths must organize themselves together on platforms that can access some of these facilities, because we like to work as individuals a lot, and that will not help. So if you should get together in groups that can be trusted and respected. And then, like I said, have a mandate to search different options of solutions of finance. Some people want to give grants, some people want to give loans, some people want equity, but we are stuck to one idea, just looking for grants and getting money. And once people get it, they are not working beyond, what they see. Once they get a grant, runs for 5 years, and it stops and that's it. But to what extent are you willing to take it forward? That's why you cannot work as individuals. For certain things, you need to work together and do what you call due diligence and also self-regulation. If people trust your networks, then they will deal with you. I have worked a bit with some of the impact investors, and what they say is that they don't have a reference point. So make your groups reference points to be trusted for due diligence, to be trusted for self-regulation. Because many youths are used to just free money now, and that's all they're looking for.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for that. I quickly want to direct this question to Professor Labo, that's to the aspect of youth in leadership. And also, I want you to address the aspect of partnership, because we believe for every project, for every vision, no matter how clear it is, it's not meant to be achieved alone. What is your thought on this, Professor Labode, when it comes to youth in leadership and youth engaging in partnership for development projects?
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to build on what my sister, Professor Shade Taiwo, has dwelt on. She's dwelt extensively on the issues, and I think everything has been said. But I'm going to raise a few points, and that's the challenge I have with the youth. There will just be some points, and I want you guys to just ponder on it. Now, she said it, and I'm going to reiterate this. It's not about money. Everything is not about money. Some of us are where we are today because we built our reputation. We are not necessarily rich, but people think about you. Oh, can Professor Taiwo be part of this? She just told you that we met at an event a couple of weeks back. I was in faraway Mombasa when I received the call that there's a program in Oshogbo, I had to be part of it. That is what we call reputation. Youth must strive to build reputation. The first thing is not about money. You cannot be a good leader if you don't have a good reputation. So it's not about money. Then there's also this talk about poverty, talk about unemployment. I think we have to start redefining it. You see, the fact that you're not employed by government does not mean you are unemployed. There are 1,001 sources of employment which we are not exploring. I think our youth must start thinking about that. As a matter of fact, I'm of the opinion that the government has overemployed. The government has overemployed in all states of the federation at the federal level. One of the things being proposed, I understand governors met yesterday, and they are proposing that anybody over 50 years should be paid off. We are in a very critical stage. And so we should start looking at employment just from the point of view of government. Youth are engrossed in that. That has to change. It has to change. Then I think ideas, Olushade mentioned that ideas are not really very deep. Most of the ideas I see in our youth are not very deep. Somebody talked about POS. What's creative about having POS? It's buying and selling. And the moment that aspect of transaction, money transaction changes, everybody gets out of business. There's nothing special about using POS. So ideas are very good. Creativity, very important. Innovation. We have to be innovative. Don't start copying what other people have done. Think out of the box and be innovative. And I'm happy that Shade also talked about collaboration. See, people don't have to stand alone. We like doing things alone. And this is why I want to implore the SDSN youth. Build groups that can work together on ideas. You can't stand alone. This year alone, we have been involved in about 5 grants proposals. we had people from all over the world. Just one proposal, you have people from 6, 7 countries, 10 countries. We are working together because these challenges are global, they cut across. They are not just local, they are national, they are global. And so collaboration is very important.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. I really appreciate those knowledge. And we are quite behind our schedule now. Please, we appreciate you kindly give your closing thoughts, while Dr. Taiwo to give our closing thoughts.
Okay, well, there's nothing I want to say other than all that I've said earlier on. Tenacity of purpose is very important. I'm not seeing that. You move from one place to the other and you think things will get done. Tenacity of purpose is important. Strategic thought and strategic trust, please, is very important. Then let me say this. The youth must accept one thing. They know so much, okay? But they also need the older generation. You should stop thinking that the older generation is your problem.
Definitely. There's nothing we are going to do as there's nothing the younger generation are going to do. And definitely we need the experience, because elderly experience, I won't say just experience is the best teacher. Elderly experience is the best teacher. We indeed need the older generations, and I really appreciate that so much, Professor Labo. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And finally, less politics. You guys are getting too much interested in politics. You don't need it. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you very much, Prof. Really appreciate those thoughts, and it means so much to us. And in a minute too, Dr. Taiwo would like to give our remarks, and sincerely we appreciate, because the time zone is quite different from us, and really appreciate you, Ma, and still staying to this moment to attend the summit. We'd like you to give your closing remarks and thoughts.
Thank you very much. I encourage youth to not to get tired and to embrace us, and let's work together. And there are emerging opportunities now on the scene. You are about the African trade region is about the second biggest bloc in the whole world, and very soon we'll be able to be dealing with other countries. You know, not just Nigeria. It's a big market, 2 billion people. Up to now, we are like 18% African trade that Nigeria is involved in. But very soon, with that big market and with the technology, I'm sure you can access many of the products that you don't know how to manage in Nigeria. You don't know how to implement here. You can even extend, your reach and go to other markets. Also, very many opportunities in value chains. Don't get stuck to your Lagos, Ibadan, and co. Get into the rural areas. Look for what is missing there and what you can add. You can add value. They also have little money that they can lump together to make a solution for them, and from which you can also make money. So don't limit yourself to urban areas. So engage yourself in many aspects of value chains. The African Development Bank is now going to assist our governments in the special processing zones. Look for different opportunities and see what aspect of the value chain you people can plug in. And since you are educated, you can ask questions, approach institutions. Many of the things that government gets away with is because people don't ask them questions. And you can't ask questions if you don't know what to ask. So search before you ask. And I know with that, with your tech-enabled solutions, the SDGs will be something that can be achievable in the near future. So I thank you all for this opportunity. I'm sorry if I was rushing, because I've been sending some funny notes because the time kept changing and I didn't know the format it was going to take. But I wish you all the best. I will still be joining in and out before you finish on 2 days time, and I wish you all useful deliberations, and I still continue to cooperate with you in whatever aspect anytime after this session. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Dr.
So,
Taiwo.
It's a pleasure. We'll
Thank
see
you
you
very
again.
much.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Have a good
Thank
day.
you very much once again on behalf of Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Nigeria really appreciate your participation in this summit. And our dear participants, thank you for staying on the call thus far. And yeah, we are done with the panel discussion for this morning, and we are going straight to the next plenary session. And I'm going to hand it over to my other colleague in person of Mr. Holoshola. I remain your humble person, Emmanuel Holowoyo. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Wow. What's another interesting session there. And thank you, Prof. Taiwo, for that wonderful contribution. We really appreciate you. And but what I do normally tell most of our youth is that it's not about just hearing some of these points or listening to some of these suggestions and views. It's high time we start acting on them. We are in a phase whereby we need to act more, not just about listening to some of these points. So right about now, we are going to the second plenary session. I have Dr. Ben Awodumi to talk to us and give us some exposition about healthy policy. Okay, about the demography and population as it relates to the SDG goal. So, Dr. Sir, if you are on, please, can we have you, sir?
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all around the world.
Nice to have you, sir.
I'm trying to work on my camera. I'm not sure if it's on. Okay, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure. I really appreciate that opportunity. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much. Okay, you want me to go on right away?
Yeah, you have the floor, sir. Just
oh, okay, that's great. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Please, can you confirm if you can see my screen now?
Yes, your screen is on, sir.
All right. Okay, thank you. Population demographics and the youth in Nigeria. So I came up with this topic having reviewed the invitation sent to me, and then try to read, and then the focus actually is on the youth. So it's important. We look at population, we look at demographics. Basically, the population of Nigeria is big, one of the largest in the world, and then one of the fastest growing actually. So we actually need to pay attention to this, what policies are actually in place. And of course, I need to acknowledge that there are a lot of efforts in terms of research outputs, types of work to actually relate population to a number of issues. And of course, we cannot stop talking about this until we achieve that desired result that we are looking for. Okay, so I'll go ahead straight away. I'll follow this outline. Introduction, look at that population wide. Some of these slides, I may not dwell much on them to save time. Look at areas of investment, how actually can we engage the youth and all that. I've listened to discussions going on before now, very interesting. Some of the ideas are what I've actually thought of and put in the slides. So that has actually made my work easy. And this presentation, I actually believe at the end, it will bring up discussions that we can actually, talk to. We have to find a solution one way or the other. We've been having some of this discussion for a long time, but it appears we continue to still continue to talk about it. We will not stop talking. All right. As a way of introduction, I just think of putting this background picture up. We can see a lot of people out there, and you will agree with me that a large percentage of these people are youth, agile, going around looking for what to eat actually. How do they make income? They are ready to work, and so they are there, finding hands meet, raise income, possible get out of poverty and help as many people as they can, including their family members. Of course, like I said, have the largest population in Africa, one of the fastest growing in the world. It's been said by 2050, the population is projected to exceed 400 million people. And that will make the country the third most populous, by that time. And of course, while we are not dwelling on fertility rate in this presentation, it is important to also mention that high fertility rate has been seen as one of the drivers of that group, that population group. All right. In various discussions, there are a lot of issues that have been associated with that high population. Whether that is true or not, we will still have to bring them up. Many people have said, yeah, because the country is there are so many people, and so we have the high level of poverty, high unemployment, and people have low quality of life. Again, the population puts pressure on the already fragile social services and infrastructure. Many people talk about the environment. Yeah, that's true. There are many others that you can think of. I am just bringing these few ones up just to, keep us thinking, going ahead. And of course, the youth. When you talk about population in Africa, in Nigeria especially, we look at the youth because that's where the bulk of that population is. There are a lot of the youth that we actually need to tap into their potentials. So it becomes the central discussion actually when we are talking about population, especially in terms of being economically active. So we can't rule out the youth, and that's why it's coming on board. And our focus will be on the youth for for the later part of the discussion. Actually, I came across this quote while I was reading somebody referring to this quote from Body Augusto. Population is only a strength if it is well educated, healthy, and the environment has the capacity to provide for them with employment. Those are the three key issues, actually. The fourth point there about income actually flow from being employed in decent job. Okay, so there are key issues there. We'll refer to them later on. Being educated. So if that population, where we are many, if they are not educated, not healthy, the human capital that they expected may not be there. And of course, in terms of income, we may not be expecting what we actually want. Are they educated? Are they healthy? And what environment do we put in place for them to be employed or to improve their skills, to be, we've been talking about entrepreneurship, for them to be real entrepreneurs, and these three key issues will guide discussions, later on. I'll try to be a little bit fast so that I will not run out of time. Again, from the 2063 agenda, you know, in 2013, when the leaders in Africa came to actually look at this issue, you know, in the next 50 years, Africa's biggest single assets, you know, but also can be it's a big challenge, potential Achilles heel, which, you know, can prop up from that youthful population. So two key issues. One, the upside risk of the youth population is the contribution to economic growth. They have the skills, they have the agility. If well used, it can actually propel growth, increased incomes and employment. One, if not properly managed, you know, and there's an ability to provide gainful employment for them, there could be a big issue, really. You know, I you know, brought that out from the Agenda 23, first 10-year implementation plan that runs 2023, thereabout. Okay, so let's move into the real discussion. The first point on that slide is the population and demographics. Okay, let's look at this. Anytime I look at this trend, there is a thought in me that, you know, like, wow, we really need to get things right. This trend simply shows that this population will keep growing if we follow, you know, the trend continues. It will keep growing. By 2030, when the SDG, you know, we're in the decade of action now, when the program is expected to have been concluded, the population of the country is expected to exceed 260, and by 2050, you know, it doubles what we have now, more than 400 million. If we are not doing things right now, how do we prepare for what is to come? This is a big issue. We are already saying that the bulk of this, we'll see the structure later on, the bulk of this is dominated by the youth. The children are many. In the next 8 years, 2030, those who are 7 years or 8 years now will already be a youth by then, 15 and above. Adding to that bulk, what are we doing? We already said that fertility is a major contribution. I am not going to stay much there because that's not our focus. It's just important to say that, yes, we see that trend. Yes, we see that the population is high, you know, because we can see that the fertility rate in the country is one of the highest in Africa. We just have about 6 countries or thereabout, you know, ahead of Nigeria. This is 5.2. So it's more than 5. Okay. But then it's important to know that the country is not homogeneous. It's not homogeneous. We have states with high population, states with low, you know, population figures. And of course, if you relate that to the fertility rate, we could see that we are ironically, what drives may be different. For instance, in Lagos, the lowest, which has the lowest population figures here. Lowest fertility rate here has the highest population. You know, other things may crop up in migration and all that. But this is to say that fertility rate differs. Some states as high as 7 and others very low, you know, Nigerian average. So this is just to say that policies may be, we may try to look at policies being specific to states. I know that HPTRP is doing a lot there in terms of the subnational demographic dividend awareness and efforts. Okay, that's a good one. The country is actually making efforts, actually, but we also need to know that a single policy may not actually work. All right, let's go to the structure, which is our main focus here. This is just to divide the populations, the population figures, you know, by age group, to say that those below 4, we believe they are, that's the birth and early childhood time. You know, child death is important. By the time they turn between 5 to 9, 5 to 14, school children, you know, they are being ready for life. And then you have the youth in transition from 15 to 29, adult workers up to 54, and then early retirees, and then the elderly. Okay, let's leave this side. Let's look at this closely again. It's just a way to try to see what that structure is exactly. What proportion of this is actually made of the youth. If we look at the children, well, from 1950, not in terms of value, could be much, from 41.7 down to 40, up to 43.5 by 2020. Most of these, they are expected to move, you know, by 2050 into the, the proportion now into the youthful age. Those between 15 and 34 in 2020 make up 33.1% of the population, and then 20% for those between 35 and 64 years. So in essence, this is saying that while the population is largely made up of children who are expected, you know, to move, in fact, in the next 8 years, majority of this 43.5 would have moved into the youthful, you know, age. In essence, the children and the youth now, you know, we must be able to say, yes, how do we actually take care of these people? How are these actually forming the core of our discussion, the core of our policies? How do we take care of them? How do we provide for them? Having looked at this, there is this chart also that looks at the structure across other countries. You know, at times we look at those countries that are doing well. Some are more populous. They have more population than Nigeria. And you could see countries like Singapore, 56% of them are between 25 and 59 working. Even in South Africa, 53, you know, you could see. For Nigeria, it is 33%. Most of those in that working age group here are, you know, the proportion is low. And if you now impose the unemployment rate in Nigeria to this, currently it's about 33.3%. For underemployment, it's about 22.8. If you add that together, wow, you know, we can't compare this population, this fraction of the population that are working, with a fraction that has majority of the population in the working age. 56 for Singapore, 46, you know, all across, where even the unemployment rate cannot be compared. So you can't compare the productivity and wealth of some of these countries with ours. But then let's move on. We you know, earlier on, I raised some issues that have often been associated with
as you
yes,
continue,
please.
please, can we please just try to be fast with it, because we are already trying to manage the time.
Okay.
So that we can.
Okay. I'll move on. I'll jump some of the slides.
For our audience, if you have any question, please drop them in the comment section so we can just take them immediately. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. This just try to look at some of the most populous countries and look at some of the indicators. And you could see for poverty headcount, even countries with higher population than Nigeria, they are doing fine. Youth unemployment, youth literacy rates, life expectancy. So To me, I believe it is not just about the population that is the problem. Earlier on, that quote is still coming up. It is about how we use this population to bring about that dividend that we actually expect. Okay, so this is the quote again to say that what are the area of key investment? I'll be very brief to in some of these. They are actually presented in charts, so we can all relate. So where in terms going by demographic dividend recommendations, health. Number one, Nigeria needs to improve child death. From here, we see that in terms of fascination, because we expect that those children are those that will move on to the youth in the very near future that we can see. Basic fascination needs to improve, we can see. Infant mortality needs to improve. Child mortality needs to improve. Adult health, we can see life expectancy. This is not, is not allowed if we actually want to have that productivity that we're expecting. We can't expect people to be, to be agile, more productive when they're expected to die, when their health is not fine. Human resources for health, wow. That's something to really, really think about. Water and sanitation, when people are not living fine, you can't be expecting what we want, especially when it comes to the youth. Education, health and education gives the required human capital for that productivity that we are talking about. Many children are still out of school. Adult literacy, still declining. Some of these figures actually came from Ministry of Education for Health, you see, and NDHS and all that, Of course, now, universities students are at home, a cumulative of 5 years from 1999, and you can see all the different years with strike. We cannot be talking about, youth being, really productive when we are not ready to, work out things in terms of this education. Yeah, so for employment, that's the third leg. 33% unemployment, 28%, 22.8% underemployment is not allowed. If you actually want these youth, you want to get the best out of them, fine. We've had very beautiful discussion before now. The government can't do this. We need that environment for the youth. And we can see the poverty rates there. We can go ahead to divide the population. Well, I won't go into the details of this. This just tells us that there are a lot of people seeking for jobs. From the 208 million, about 39 million people, going by that population of 2020, are seeking for decent job. That's a whole lot, and we can break that down, of course. And this will tell us that youth board we are talking about can actually lead to a disaster if we don't take care of that. A recent publication, led by Professor Lanion and other team members who were opportune to be, part of it. One key findings is that consumption expenditure exceeds the labor income at all ages below 29 years. The bulk of this is the youth. And that is why, for those who are working before the month ends, they already have people waiting for their money. Even the youth, they are not gainfully employed. You see them, they are even depending on those who are working. So those who are working, who appears to be making the surplus, are actually in poverty in the real sense of it. Okay, so I won't stay here. This is a quote I got from Professor Lanion. So engaging the youth, quickly, I'll move on. Most of these have actually been spoken about, and I won't, my work has actually been made a lot easier. What is it that is in the youth that makes them special? Critical thinkers, change makers, innovators, communicators, leaders. They have the energies. No more time to dwell on all of this. But I think we believe they have all of, they think, we've alluded to this in the earlier discussions. They have the ideas. How do we, help them to nurture it? Changemakers, there are a lot of youth networks out there. They are innovators and all that. We can leverage on all of this, especially for as SDGs comes, So I'm rounding up. When it comes to what the government can do, we need to make policies. And this is DD compliant, demographic dividend compliant. If you want to actually harness that which is in the youth. Health policies, we have to get it right. Education policies, we have to get it right. In terms of, if the formulation is fine, there are a lot of policies there. The implementation, we just have to find a way to make things work. Labor and employment policies, good governance. Key strategies, we have mentioned some of these. How do we encourage innovation, encourage creativity, encourage risk-taking, encourage partnership, collaborations? Very key. Build evidence base. In some of the, works that we've done in health policy, data constraints have been seen to be a big issue. Professor Shade talked about the evidence-based research, evidence-based analysis, even by the youth who wants to actually be an entrepreneur. They have data constraints. Part of the things, like you said, is that are they actually going to the right source? But then either they go to the right source or not, we still have to improve data on our data collection and all that. Youth representation and decision making is also important. And then we have to improve governance, security, accountability. For the youth, be active, even in governance. Some of us have not, even our PVC now, I think it's closed. It starts from those little things. Are we ready to make the change? The way you really have your PVC? Continue to work on partnership, collaboration. I don't want to, there are a lot of things to say, but we've said a lot this morning on this. That's why I'm just jumping. I'm just reiterating what has been said. Keep talking. Fine, this is a forum. I love this. We'll keep discussing it, Keep talking. We won't stop until we achieve, what we expect. Then keep improving on yourself, learning, self-learning. I'm happy it's part of the discussion also, this morning. So it's making it all good. Keep learning. Right now, I'm even taking a course, online right now. We can't, there's no end to it. That business you want to do, there is always something to learn from it, even on the line. Online, In conclusion, there can be no harnessing DD without improving child survival, other health-related issues. We have to work on human capital, health, and education. Then employment, working age, especially the youth. And then we have to engage the youth when we talk about achieving SDG. Thank you very much. We can discuss this further and further, And
wow, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Expecting to engage in this session. Thank you.
You've really talked about some of the salient points I believe we really need to be focusing on when we talk about the Nigerian population and the fact that it is already estimated that in the next couple of years, we will be the third most populous country in the world. But sir, I have one question here, and although we still have some questions, but we are trying to work with our time. And the question is, what are the ways of controlling the effects of global warming as it relates to the population, especially when you look at Nigeria as a case study?
Ways of controlling the effect of global warming.
Yes.
When we talk about global warming, some people still don't believe, but the evidences are there. It's still is air.
Sure. Yeah,
and we believe it comes because of it's largely human activities, whether it is industrialization, whether it is consumption pattern, production and all that, human, and we can't kill ourselves. We are already here, and we have to use those things that are supplied by nature.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is, are we using these things sustainably, using them reasonably? How do we control this? We'll keep talking. There are a whole lot of networks, a whole lot of meetings and discussions around this. In many countries, people have actually become very responsible. Responsible in terms of recycling, responsible in terms of, reduction in the use of their fossil fuel consumption, in production activities. Some are even going, there is campaign about going renewables, So fine, the population is there. We have to eat, we have to use those things. But it's important that we keep sensitizing ourselves, keep talking. Let us be responsible in our consumption and production activities. And the youth are actually championing this all around. And the news, the youth are championing it. We keep advocating for it, keep the awareness on, So for youths that are going into business or being entrepreneur, we must actually be thinking, how is my production not going to be part of this problem? Is my production not going to be part of this problem? Am I environmentally innovative in this, my business that I want to do? So even at the onset of that business, when you are writing the proposal, sustainability has to be a key factor in that development. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for that. From our audience, if you have any question, please feel free to drop it. If we can attend to them at the moment, we will surely reach out to our facilitators to get answers to you. They will surely get you your feedback. So once again, I want to really appreciate your time and your contribution to the movement for in helping us to achieve a more sustainable environment. So thank you very much, sir. And we look forward to
thank you very much
as we continue the summit. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to make that presentation. Thank you.
Who is in charge? Who is in charge, please?
So sorry about that break. Sorry for the network. Like his current earlier saying, sir, we are going to the next plenary section, and that is on health and well-being. And leading us on that section is Dr. Maurice Atoki. She's the Chief Executive Officer for the African Business Coalition for Health, Nigeria. Dr. Maurice, we gladly welcome you to the National SDG Summit, and we look forward to having you to discuss on this major area. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, good morning. I think Maurice is disconnected, but I'm happy to take the presentation on her behalf. She'll likely say a few words once she comes in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, before I start, can I confirm how much time I have for my presentation so I can adjust accordingly so I don't overrun my time?
Okay, for your presentation, we have 20 minutes for our presentation while we entertain some questions and answers after the 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's fine. Okay, good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. My name is Bernard Abang. I'm the head of memberships and partnerships for African Business Coalition for Health. My apologies, my CEO is not on at the moment. She will, once she logs back in, chime in as well on what we're talking about. So our topic is health and well-being. Health and well-being is the third goal of the SDGs, which speaks to ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. I think everybody here would agree with me that we all live for life's best moments. They are numerous and they are limited, and at every stage of our lives, we continue to experience them. But if our health fails us, if we don't sustain our health, if we don't manage our health, we won't be able to enjoy these moments to the fullest. The reality is that the youth have many roles to play, in supporting this. They're a positive force for development. They have a high degree of access to digital technologies, far more than most of us. They were born into the age of digital transformation. So they have a lot of viewpoints, lines of sight, point of view that we want to have. And I would encourage that us to say that, the importance to having the issue of health, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. Across my presentation, there are three thoughts I'm going to be resounding. The first is that there's an ever-growing population, youths, that can and should be leveraged as a resource going forward. Second is that youths are already in unique and innovative ways. They need our support. And the third is there's a very huge opportunity in the area of health and well-being for collaboration with the youths. So these are the three key points I'm going to keep pointing out. Here's a quick snapshot. As life expectancy increases, Africa's population is expected to double between 2015 and 2050. The previous speaker already spoke about the demographics, so I'm not going to go into. Africa is urbanizing quickly, and while this provides opportunities, the implication is that the cities are packed, leading to exposures to diseases and a rise of non-communicable diseases. Globally, non-communicable diseases accounted for 60.8% of all deaths in 2000, rising to 73.6% in 2019, and 77% of all deaths are in low-income countries such as Nigeria. So there's an opportunity here, which I wanted to point out. Quickly, I come down to the challenges of healthcare. I don't spend too much time with this. We all know the problems of healthcare in Nigeria. The first and the sad reality is that healthcare. New estimates from the African Development Bank suggest that across the continent, the health requires up to $170 billion a year, but total spending only remains within about 5% of GDP. So there's a financing gap of 66 billion. The implications of that, I think I don't even need to go into too much detail about it. We all go to the hospitals across Nigeria, and we've seen it. Let's use Nigeria as an example. About 55% of the population live in the rural areas. Only 45% live in the urban areas where most of the hospitals are. Of those, about 70% of this healthcare provided by the private vendors about 70% of the healthcare is provided by the private vendors. And of those private vendors, 70% of the drugs they dispense are substandard. Most can't afford healthcare. And while health insurance was explored as a means to make healthcare affordable and accessible, it only has about 2% penetration, which means that only 40% of the entire population has access to this. So you'd agree with me that one, the system is poorly funded. Two, it's an inefficient system whereby most people are relying on the public and private sector, which is expensive. Which leads into the third problem, which is the lack of density. Sorry for the miswrite. There's a lack of density of medical professionals. We're not producing enough medical professionals to match the challenge on ground. The few we have, they're underpaid, they're underappreciated, and because of the lack of capacity in the hospitals they're working in, you find that most are moving abroad. Most recently, with the results of Brexit, most of them are moving into the UK now. So now we didn't even have enough, and now the few we have are leaving the country. That's a huge problem. We already didn't have capacity in terms of the hospitals. Now we've even lost the workforce, who are going to deliver the care in the first place. And let's not forget that we're even talking about the urban areas. If you start going into the rural areas, it's a larger problem. The next problem is investor fatigue. Investors have been investing in the healthcare sector since I was a child. The problem is, and I think we've overflogged this issue, I also won't overflog it, is that these funds have not always been utilized to the best of their abilities, and it's become a problem where investors they still want to invest, but they need a platform where they can trust that their investments will be properly utilized. The next we have is health entrepreneurs. We need to have those conversations of how can we have innovative ways of addressing healthcare delivery in the country in a manner that focuses on partnerships between the public sector, the private sector, and the huge talent of youth and health professionals we have in the diaspora. It's something that needs to be thought about. We need to have more forums, and I'll resound on what was earlier said. We also need to have more forums, not just with the youth, but with all stakeholders where we can all come together. Philanthropists, international organizations, the youths, private sector, public sector, where we can have these discussions. I don't think there's enough of them. And the few we have, we need to have them more frequently, where we ask ourselves burning questions, where we set ourselves goals and targets of what we need to achieve. And then we push toward those goals, and we can have the youths monitor and track progress to ensure that we're reaching towards those goals. Okay, so this slide just basically shows you that age is no longer a determinant of what can be achieved. Currently, I have two pictures on display. The first one is 13-year-old Alina Anale, who made history as the youngest person to be accepted into medical school in the United States. The second is 25-year-old Miracle sorry, I murdered this name, Miracle Izuchukwu, who emerged as the youngest commercial Black pilot in the United States. There are 7.9 billion globally, 1.8 billion, which translates to 23% of these are youths. 74% of the expected global growth for the population aged 18 to 23 will be concentrated in 10 countries. And I've listed them out on the slide so you can have a look. So the time is now, with these increasing numbers, to start asking ourselves, how do we work with these youths? How do we tap into these talents? Because they're already doing a lot of things, but how do we tap into them to ensure that it's properly guided? Some key challenges which have already been discussed earlier in the presentation are some of the challenges afflicting the youth. Poverty, challenging accessing funds, or lack of engagement of donors, lack of networks to raise these funds. These are some of the challenges they have. Lack of access to decision makers. For those who want to position themselves they don't actually have access to the decision makers to talk to them, to understand these issues, from a more mature standpoint, and to be able to impute good advice from their standpoints. There's also the issue, like was already mentioned, of illiteracy, poor educational systems, and then mismatched capacity building training and a lack of awareness. Our universities still providing the best education? Have they updated their, what's the word now? What they're training these students in year on year? That's something that has to be asked. And then the biggest is lack of access to data. You know, do they have this data, you know, can they, so that they don't even understand what is being done? Is it transparent? That's another issue. So now we move over to the opportunities. I put them under two buckets. This is somewhere where I feel we 14% of all investment in the health sector globally. Health sector has the potential to create 16 million jobs. To buttress that, I can point out that between 2015 to 2020, over 97 private equity and venture capitalists invested worth 1.3 billion in healthcare in Africa. To even buttress that further, the African pharmaceutical industry grew by 10% annually between 2010 and 2020. So there's a huge opportunity to invest, you know, in the healthcare industry. Everything from production of drugs and vaccines. We have a major shortage of those, and I can go into more detail in that. Manufacturing medical equipment that our hospitals dearly need. Logistics, moving these drugs and equipment from point A to B. It's a major issue for us. And then leveraging digital technology, you know, where the issue of innovation comes up, where we work with conventional means to improve it in such a way that we can reach more people and in a sustainable manner. Because we in Nigeria, we've learned to be very adaptable. How can we adaptable and leverage on digital technology to improve what we currently have? On the angle of advocacy and activism, you know, youth advocacy is important because it creates a more responsible society. The knowledge and skills of young people can be utilized to enhance digital health literacy. Like I mentioned, they are from the digital age, you know, and they're already doing a lot of things in terms of digital health literacy. Recently, I stumbled on a youth program, a youth company set up, whereby they are leveraging on mobile technology to educate youths on sexual health. Very important. Youths always have a lot of young quite burning questions on sexual health and what to do, but they always worry about going to the hospitals or going to counselors. So now they have a channel where they can channel these. I also recently engaged somebody recently who was telling me about his channel, which he has created, not actually a telemedicine channel, but a channel where you can engage with them, and then they can arrange to have people come and take samples from you. So if you're unable to go to the hospital, you don't have to. Those are the kind of things, you know, the youths are doing right now. We need to build on that. We need to encourage that. I've already spoken about monitoring and accountability. How can we encourage them, you know, and that's where the issue of forums come up. What kind of forums do we have currently where, you know, we can come together with different stakeholders about the burning issues and allow the youths to take the point of independent monitoring and accountability, where they hold us accountable to the promises we make. And leveraging on that digital health literacy, they can also advocate on several key issues. A large burning issue I also pulled out was the issue of non-communicable diseases. It's huge, you know, and it's afflicting a lot of us, especially the youths. So it's something that, you know, they can advocate on. And their leverage on social media and other technology allows them to reach more people quickly. So it's something that we can also look at. These are just some of the examples which I've locally and internationally of what youths are doing. NILS offers a range of activities to help mental health. I Create Africa is training youths on AI, blockchain, drone farming, and Chia offers mobile cancer screening. These are all people running their companies below the age of 24. Some of them in Nigeria, some of them across Africa. You know, I think the sky is the limit in what they can achieve. I just feel that they need to be guided, they need to be supported, you know, to achieve those. So what is ABC Health doing in terms of pushing the needle, improving health outcomes? Well, we have several things we're doing. 4 initiatives I can quickly just highlight without going into too much detail are our West African AFCFTA. This is a partnership with the United Nations Economic and ABC Health. It's designed to leverage on the AFCTA, which removes barriers to trade across Africa. And the objective is to stimulate the local production of drugs within Africa. So this eliminates the need to buy drugs from abroad and pay out money which could stay in Africa, money which could help stimulate our economies and stimulate our own economies locally presently. We also have the Health and Economic Growth in Africa report. In 2019, at the Business Health Forum held on the margins of the African Union Summit, the Health and Economic Growth in Africa report was launched. It was an 87-page document which provided strategic direction to African countries to better engage with the private sector and accelerate improvements in health. Presently, we're in the process of launching the second edition of this report, which analyzes the impact of COVID-19, assesses the range of options for building a healthy infrastructure in Africa, and identifying opportunities for each of the stakeholders, the governments, international donors, the private sectors, and youths, how we can all position and come together to improve health outcomes across Africa and specifically in Nigeria today. It also reviews how technology can be leveraged for extending coverage and improving outcomes. And then the last, I'll speak on number 3 a bit more in more detail after this. And then number 4 is adopt a healthcare facility program, whereby we cannot, like I already mentioned, we can all agree that healthcare in Nigeria has issues. So this is a initiative basically designed to address that, whereby stakeholders can come together, and local government by local government, we can provide low-cost, high-volume health services to the public, funded by the public and private sectors. So the idea would be to ensure that in every local government across Nigeria, and this can be now fed out across Africa, there will be one primary care provider, which is providing health at world standards, to the public. It's a very lofty initiative as well. The last I would mention is the Academy for Health Entrepreneurs in Africa. It's a venture building academy, 3 pillars of the benefit: startups, health entrepreneurs, investors. A growing number of healthcare entrepreneurs have available supply chain solutions driven by mobile technology. Entrepreneurs have also, across the continent, started manufacturing plants for critical supplies. They have ambition, but the biggest problem is that they don't have the capital to scale up. The larger issue is, one, they need the capital, they have the ambition to scale up. So the idea of our academy is to bring them together, be it pillar 1, startups, where we have an innovation hub for startup initiatives, where we can incubate and guide these startups. Be it health entrepreneurs who already have existing businesses, but they just need funding to support this. And then be it for the investors, who want, like I mentioned, who want to invest, but they need a good forum, a good platform for which they can invest. So we bring them together, and across the continent, what we'll do is prepare them such that we can present them to these investors in a format that makes it easier for the investors to understand their challenges and guide not just investors, business leaders across the private and public sectors, so they can guide them, they can help assist them with the funding, getting access to the funding they need, and they can now scale up their businesses and achieve the purposes that they've set out for themselves. This is a very large opportunity, not just for the youths, but for health entrepreneurs, and it's something that we can all plug into. It will take think of it as a an opportunity to build out capacity, an opportunity to build to scale up some of the different challenges we have in healthcare today. Is it drug manufacturing? We'll be able to achieve that. Is it logistics? We'll be able to achieve that. Is it the quality of the health facilities we have on ground? We would be able to achieve that through this program. And it's going to run, like I mentioned, it's going to run across Africa in 3 different cities. You know, there'll be event preparation where we'll send pre-event reading where we educate them. We'll have a master class where we'll have industry leaders engage these startups, engage these health entrepreneurs, give them knowledge on the things they need to use going forward, hands-on learning, which they can take going forward, and prepare them for meeting and engaging with investors. So these are just some of the ways which we are looking to improve health outcomes. You know, so just to resound what I said earlier, one, there's an ever-growing population of youth that can the numbers, I showed the projections, and then Dr. Woduni also showed the demographics as well. Youth numbers are going to grow and continue to grow. It's something that needs to be. Youths are already contributing to the SDGs. Huge opportunity in the area of well-being for collaboration. So many different avenues in which we can collaborate with them. You know, but the most important takeaway is that we need more stakeholder forums, more direct engagement with these youths, where we can all come together and have those discussions with the different stakeholders, and so that we can all come to an agreement on the challenges and how we go about working hand in hand to address these. Thank you very much. I hope I kept time.
Perfectly, sir. That's a very good timing, and you did also awesomely great, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Bernard, and to all our audience on Zoom, please, in case you have a question, kindly use the comment section to ask your question. But I would appreciate if you can speak more about partnership opportunities with the organization, because I remember you were talking about things in that regard. Then there was a question asked by one of the participants that what can be done to improve our health and well-being against future outbreaks of infection?
Well, okay, let me answer the second question first, and I'll start talking about partnerships. I'm not a doctor, but let me just be clear on that. I am not a doctor.
All right,
but
okay, but
I can answer that question. I can answer. It's a very straightforward question. There are some things we can do on our own, because if you think of your health, you can think of it along the lines of physical health and mental health.
Yes,
so
yes.
Physical health, right? That's your ability to achieve the things you need to do with your body. There are things you can do to help sustain that, which is outside of you needing to get help. Regular diet, regular exercise, sleep, live a healthy lifestyle. Those are key things anybody can and should do, to ensure that they can maintain their physical health as much as possible. When we now speak of mental health, there are a number of things we can do there. The most important thing I always say is have things that impact you positively. Physical exercise is one of these things. It impacts you positively because when you do physical exercise, you feel good about yourself. Form positive bonds. That's another way of maintaining your mental health, because when you have good friendships, it gives you positive vibes. That's another way of maintaining your physical health. Your mental health as well.
Absolutely.
Those are just some of the examples. Anything that's gonna make you get depressed, you need to avoid that. And more importantly, if you ever feel yourself slipping into depression or you're having any kind of mental health challenges, seek help as quickly as possible. Right now, there's so many telemedicine channels where you don't even need to meet anybody face to face. You know, they're managed in such a way that they are so confidential that you know, there's no shaming, there's no embarrassment about it. If you feel you need help, seek out that help. It's totally confidential. Now, on the issue of partnerships, let me understand this question. I talk about partnerships working with ABC Health, or you talk about partnerships in general?
In general, sir.
Okay, in general. In general, I think for when we talk about partnerships, the first thing I think that needs to be established is, what do you want to achieve? Are you trying to start is it a startup initiative? If it's a startup, what kind of startup is it? Are you looking, what sector is it targeting? You know, and then once you understand that, that's your building block of when you're starting your company, you're doing your strategy sessions. What kind of company am I building? What do I want to achieve? Who's my target audience? And then building on that, you can now start, you know, narrowing it down to like-minded individuals, like-minded mentors you can reach out to. There's a lot of seniors here you can leverage on. There's a lot of seniors you can meet and engage through the SDSN network, you know, and through the different forums that we have across here, who you can start engaging, and you can start developing that mentorship with, who can now guide you towards your partnerships. Like I mentioned, we will have this academy coming up, so I can drop my emails. So anybody who has a startup initiative they want to be part of our incubation hub, or they're a health entrepreneur, I'll drop my email. They can reach out to me, and I can give them next steps on how they can plug into that.
Okay. Then there's another question. We have a question from Friday. He said, in Goal 3, health and well-being, what is the government doing to discourage sales and consumption of hard drugs and other substances? That's the first question from Friday. And we also have another question. Do you prefer I ask them separately or ask the two questions at once, sir?
Yeah, let's take them one at a time, so it's easier to answer. So if you're asking what is government doing to address hard and I didn't get that.
Okay, Friday asks that what's the government doing to discourage sales and consumption of hard drugs and other substances, impediment to the attainment of the SDG 3?
Well, to my knowledge, I think that falls under the purview of NAFDAC. I'm not sure how strong their communications are, right? But I think it falls under, you know, any kind of illegal drug falls under NAFDAC. I don't know how strong their communications are. But what I would point out there that immediately already shows is a gap. And it's an opportunity where that somebody can pick up and leverage on their networks to engage on substance abuse. You know,
so if I'm going to rephrase this question, sir, I'm going to ask in such a way that what can Nigerian youth do to in that regard, or to the question which he asked, what can Nigerian youth do? Because I don't believe we have to put everything on Nigerian government. In fact, if we are depending on Nigerian government,
no. The reality of it is that we continue to rely on government. We'll continue to stay as we are. The reality is that it's government will. We need to focus on what we can do. We need to focus on what we can achieve. We need to focus on working together hand in hand to achieving other things. So this, like you mentioned, this person is questioning what we can do in terms of drugs. I think that's an opportunity for awareness, advocacy, like I earlier mentioned. He can set up a channel where he's communicating this. You know, it could be posts. It could be, you know, it could start out as just a channel where he's posting on social media, LinkedIn, via WhatsApp channels, communicating to people about the adverse effects of hard drugs. He can break it out and into such that whenever there's any youth forum, they can have a talk at those youth forums, bringing in medical professionals to chime in. you know, and then he can even break it even higher to a higher level as he continues to scale, where he can even have consultants, you know, pro bono as the case may be, who are willing to help youth who are trying to break out of these bad habits. So there's levels to this. You know, you can start out just like I said, awareness, grow up into advocacy, and even grow up even further to consultancy, whereby, you know, stage on stage, you know, the youths are leveraging on their channels and building out these channels and leveraging on existing forums and even building additional forums where they can be shouting it out. This is the effects of these drugs. Don't take these drugs. Be careful of this. And even having champions who come out showing their recovery. I used to take this forum helped me, sorry, you know, to just build up that awareness and advocacy about the dangers, because a lot of people don't fully understand it. So they need to be educated.
Okay, thank you very much for that. There's another question which is going to be the last question anyway. And
no
that's
problem.
from
I'm here to answer all questions.
He asked that, yes, but we're about moving to the last plenary session for today. And his question is, how do you think we can maximize indigenous knowledge for sustainable health and wellness?
So I didn't get the question. Can you repeat it again?
How do you think we can maximize indigenous knowledge for sustainable health and wellness?
Okay, so I'm not sure I'm saying, what does he mean by indigenous knowledge? You know, I'm not sure that question is clear, but I think, let me just attempt it, and then maybe the community here can also support me on this. If my understanding of the question is right, is he talking about traditional medicine? Is he talking about maybe
local use of yeah, exactly.
Okay, so if it's that, you know, let's like I said, I'm not a doctor, but this is a very, very straightforward answer. I talked about health entrepreneurship. A lot of traditional medicines, we can argue that some of them work even more effectively than established drugs. But the fact is that that plant that you're using for your traditional remedies, the question is, what is inside that plant? You know, that is the curative aspect. Can it be extracted? Can it be bottled? Can it be, you know, in such a way that you're only giving people the curative aspect of it and not taking away the parts that are not no benefit to them? Is it something that we can now even thinking about it as an entrepreneur? Is it something we can now package and push out, you know, across Africa, and then, you know, make some income off? You know, I think those are the ways to think about it. And like I continue to resound, this is it's an opportunity for, like you say, having those conversations. You know.
All right. That's also.
If I may chime in,
thank you, Ma. We are so glad to
thank
see
you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm surprised, you know, because I expected that my colleague will beckon on me. We're in the same office. So I apologize that I wasn't in earlier. I hope I still have a few minutes because there's a few things I just want to.
All right,
quickly,
that's fine, man.
As he's rounding up, I understand that he's rounding up because he's addressing the questions, right?
Yes, man. We can still have a few minutes to discuss.
Okay, and he must have done a presentation earlier.
Yes, he has done that.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. The decision was that he goes into the details with the presentation, and because he's more of a young adult, we thought that it would be nicer to get somebody who understands the issues and is able to talk to it. So what I intended to do was to give an overview, and I'm sorry again that I intended for this overview to be before the presentation. So I'm just going to spend the next like 5 minutes, maybe 7, to give a bit of background, if we might have it the other way around, and help, hopefully to help the youths to appreciate and understand better how they can further participate in this sustainable development goals, again, as it affects health and well-being, which is what we are focused on in ABC Health. Again, my name is Dr. Maurice Atoke. I'm the CEO of African Business Coalition for Health. And my colleague was Bernard Abang, who's presented earlier to you. Well, a couple of things that I prepared in this overview is, one, first and foremost, is to remind us, and I know that a lot of speakers who spoke ahead also created some level of information around that, is to remind us that the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations are information divided into targets and indicators in the language that the national government, subnational governments, like you have state governments and local governments, needs to understand and needs to implement. Now, I would let you know where I'm going to. It is not necessarily in the language of corporates, in the language of individuals or youths or adults and so on and so forth. So first and foremost, we need to realize that in looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to first of all interpret or reinterpret them in the language that it connects to us as either corporate organizations, individuals, youths, civil society, and so on and so forth. So that by itself, there needs to be deliberate attempts. So you don't just look at it, because it can be a bit political in the way it's written. The wordings of the Sustainable Development Goals, you must recall, more especially as it affects, because I recall that the second speaker, I think, was talking about the necessity of health and well-being as a clear mark of economic growth as far as Africa is concerned, particularly Nigeria. And the background I want to create is for your information to be careful how you assimilate and you understand the wordings of the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, I'm talking particularly about health and well. Having said that, we must also realize that in Nigeria, there has been efforts to domesticate those goals. So if you look at what the National Bureau of Statistics is doing or has done, they have made attempts to gather the data that exists across our own domestic issues, across the 17 goals, and be able to bring to our understanding and our access the data that Nigeria has available regarding all of the indicators and targets according to the universal SDGs. So you have a more local perspective to actually narrow in on as young people. So when you look at the SDGs, please also put side by side the documents of the National Bureau of Statistics to domesticate it and make available to us the indicators and the targets that Nigeria has data for in tracking and in achieving the goals. Again, you will find SDG 3 as one of the components of one of the goals that has this data and targets and indicators available. Having said that, is also to challenge you guys as young people and as youths. I've heard a lot of information around youth have to, they just have to be creative, they just have to, and I'm going to shift a bit away from that. I'm going to try to compare our generation, so our generation with people in their 40s and 50s, and your generation, what we had that you did not have, and what you have that we don't necessarily, we're not necessarily excited about, and how you can leverage what you have to further implement the goals. Now, we had a lot of babysitting. We had a lot of relationships with our parents, direct, not necessarily, technology driven. We had instructions, we had, parents really being in charge of our lives while we were growing. It looks like more parents are busy these days. It looks like the corporate, demand has taken a lot of parental responsibilities for your generation. But notwithstanding, we did not have digital technology when we were growing. We did not have access to the social media. You have it in a way that, is almost mind-blowing. And it is an opportunity for you to use what you have to surpass what the past generation, we are no longer youth, some of us, some of the speakers here are no longer youth, to be able to determine a better future and to be able to help you, whichever way you can, access to data, access to digital technology, and every other thing. So when I say digital technology, I'm talking about artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotics, things that are, evolving in your generation. Social media, the one that is even more accessible to you. You must take advantage of it in any new dispensation and anything. And beyond the SDGs, new things are still going to come up. But today we're talking about the SDGs. So let's leave it like that. Lastly, I want to remind you, and I don't know whether speakers have already spoken about, earlier speakers, that in Nigeria, and these are things that you should be aware of and you should ask questions about, in incorporating and institutionalizing the Sustainable Development Goals, there is an existing institutional mechanism that you should be aware of. The apex is at the presidency. And in that presidency, there is something called the Presidential Committee, a 12-man presidential committee on the SDGs. If I were you, I would try to, after maybe this fantastic few days that you've put together, I would try to research about what are these guys even up to? What are they doing? Who were they when they were, I think they were inaugurated in 2018. Besides that, there is an office of the Senior Special Assistant to the Presidency on SDGs. If some of you know, I don't know, there is Princess Orelope Adefulure, who is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on the Sustainable Development Goals. If I were you, I would like to know more about, okay, what are these guys also doing? Who are they? How affiliated are they with the United Nations directly? What are their roles as far as impacting the youth? And lastly, the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President has also domesticated groups, smaller groups, according to the key stakeholders by the United Nations. These smaller groups are the Private Sector Advisory Group, which I belong to in my former life and in my present life. It's a group of private sector that are responsible to account for the goals as far as private sector and business community is concerned. There is also the civil society version of it. There's a group of civil society that were inaugurated. Private Sector Advisory Group was inaugurated in 2017. Civil society, I think, was inaugurated in 2018. There is also international donors group of it that were inaugurated. There's also academia. I don't know if UI and your group is affiliated to this academia group. And lastly, is just to make you aware that asking questions, being a bit more knowledgeable about the institutional mechanism, what Nigeria has in place, and where your advocacy and your questions should be asked when you have done your homework of understanding the framework that exists is really quite important. As young people, I know for free, and I will tell you this, that the DSG, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, stationed in the UN New York, is very particular about young people. She's communicated it. I've been live with her. She said it in small meetings. So the earlier you affiliate yourselves and you link yourselves up to those available mechanisms, both at the UN level and at the presidential level, the more you will be affiliated and you'll be more interested in advocating for the Sustainable Development Goals. I will leave it there. I'm sure my colleague, Bernard, has answered a lot of the questions pertaining to the technical components of health and well-being. Thank you very much for having me.
Wow, this is awesome. Thank you so much, Ma. Really appreciate you. It's been an insightful one indeed. Just like you mentioned, yeah, it's good youth get to learn more and more over you ask questions. And I definitely know that we have a lot of youth that are on this platform that are connecting from YouTube now that are definitely following you and getting to know, because we can't occupy. Definitely, each youth have to have a particular SDG which you are really advocating for. And at the level of SDSN Nigeria, we are more concerned about each and every youth, ensuring you are pioneering a particular solution. I don't know, maybe Prof wants to say something. Professor Labo, I can see your hand up, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I will need to appreciate the last speaker for making things quite clear. I said it earlier in one of my comments that youth should emphasize less on politics, engage, and he has opened up the space. There are so many opportunities for you to tap into instead of dominating the social media with political issues that don't concern you. She mentioned the OSAP. SDSN Nigeria is engaged with OSAP. And now that the SDSN youth is quite active, we are going to ensure that we bring you on board. The opportunities are just there for you. It's just for you to tap them. So I just want to thank Madam Dr. Maurice Atoki for this elucidation, for bringing out the facts. Some of these things are in the public domain, but people just don't explore. Exploration is part of development. And I want to encourage SDSN youth to tap into this, take advantage of it, and let's work together. So Maurice, we will stay in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you,
really
Prof. Most appreciated, sir.
All right, Doctor, we really appreciate the time you've taken to attend this summit despite a very busy schedule. And thank you so much. Really thank Mr. Bernard too for facilitating the session. It's been a wonderful time indeed. And to our audience, definitely we are going to have the slide presentation. Yeah, we are going to share a document, all the documents with you. And also this video is available on YouTube for you to watch over and over. And definitely we are still going to split the video in the different sections which we've had today. And shortly we'll be going to the last session for today. But before we start, we are going to be taking a 5-minute break before we start. And the last session is on sustainable buildings and transportation, and the other one is on energy decarbonization. In the next 5 minutes, we are going to commence these 2 sessions. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be back here with you again. And now we are starting the last plenary for the day. So, and it's a great honor to be welcoming our next speaker in person of Ambassador Sami Oluwoshile. Please, if you're online, can you please, you have the floor, sir, if you're online, sir. Wow. Nice to have you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
I like the way you are smiling, sir.
Thank you very much. It's an honor. It's a very great honor to be here today.
Same here, sir. We are really glad to have you, sir.
So without wasting time, please, can I share my screen?
Yes, you have the.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm on now. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you are.
All right, Sami Oluwoshile is my name, and good afternoon to everybody, and special greetings to all the facilitators that have actually spoken earlier. It's been an exciting time here at the summit, SDG Summit specifically. And today I'll be talking on sustainable building and transportation. And please come along with me. Shortly, I really don't have much time, so I'll try to be brisk about several things, but just pardon me if I try to rush some certain things. Yeah, I'm starting with probably a little definition of what sustainability itself is all about. And there is this striking point from mission statements from the Office of Environmental Sustainability of Berlin College. And I find it very intriguing and interesting. So I put it up here so that we can be able to at least look at it all together. And it says that sustainability is commonly defined as the ability to meet the needs of the present. You want to meet the needs. You can see the capital without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their needs. So you want to meet the need of the present, and you don't want to compromise the ability to meet the need of the future beyond some sufficient level of continuous functioning. However, sustainability represents more than just to say that you want to actually survive. It goes beyond that, and it gets by to say that you actually want to thrive. You know, it's a beautiful keynote that actually dwell so much about what sustainability is all about. So this will be bringing onto the table of buildings and transportation as we go along in the presentation. Please, if for any reason you can't hear me, you can just quickly call my attention to that. All right, from World Green Building Council, there is this particular overview that brings the green building or sustainable building into the SDGs. And about 9 of the SDGs are related. So this actually shows the overview of the entire sustainable building if we are looking at it in terms of sustainable development. Now, the first is good health and well-being, which is SDG 3. The green building can improve people's health and well-being. So when you're actually putting up a structure, the first thing that comes to mind when you're talking about, not particularly the first thing, but one of those things that come to mind when you're talking in terms of sustainable building or you're talking about green building is good health and well-being. The structure must be able to sustain people's health because you want to house individuals into that building. So definitely, you must be thinking of the people you want to put into that building. You want to think about their health, you want to think about their well-being, which is very vital. So if you're going to be using materials that are going to be contradictory, we talked about health earlier on, right? If you're using materials that are going to be detrimental to our health, then definitely you're actually putting up a very an unsustainable building. That's let's just connote it in that way. And because I quickly want to rush over this, I will just go to the next, which is affordable clean energy. Green building can use renewable energy, becoming cheaper to run. And when you're talking about building in itself, building will be dead if the services are not provided. And when you're talking about services, one of the key areas of services is the energy you provide to that building. And the energy that you provide to that building now might depend on the type that you're actually looking at. Are you looking at non-renewable energy or are you looking at renewable energy? So this particular SDG 7 is saying that you should tend towards renewable energy rather than use non-renewable energy, especially when you're talking about powering or energizing the building in itself. Then the next is decent work and economic growth. The building you're putting in place, the structure you're putting in place must be the one that will actually create jobs and boost the economy. Whether you want to build a residential, maybe it's a commercial, maybe it's an industrial, in a way, it must be something that will boost the economy. Either you're giving residential in an area where urbanization will happen and so many economic activities begin to happen, or you're actually commercializing the building, putting up the construction work in for a purpose of commercial use, right? Or you're actually having an industrial building put up in favor of having factories or industries in that area. You know, this actually in itself is something that will eventually boost the economy. And the SDG 9 is talking about industry innovation and infrastructure. And while I'm talking about the building, we can also be relating it to maybe construction of our transportation system as well, right? And green building design can spur innovation and contribute to climate resilient infrastructure. What it is actually talking about in itself is that even right from the design stage, we must be anticipating that what we are trying to put up must be something that will spur innovation, must be something that will be climate resilient, and must be something that will be sustainable in its entirety. You know, that's the overall game changer. And 11, that's SDG 11, is talking about sustainable cities and communities. It's talking in terms of having building the fabric of sustainable communities and sustainable cities. You know, individual buildings or individual construction that you put in place in a given locality is what will eventually inform you having a community. And when you put communities together and you have them connected in a way together, then you have cities. So in a way, to be able to have a sustainable cities, you must be thinking of having a sustainable building and sustainable infrastructural projects in relation to even infrastructure as far as transportation is concerned. And when it is SDG 12, is talking in terms of responsible consumption and production. What this is talking about is that buildings must be circular in nature, and resources that we utilize for construction work should be the one that are not wasted, the one that we can recycle, maybe reuse, maybe reduce in a way, you know, things that would eventually inform a circular economy. These are some of the key things that we need to look at when we're talking about sustainable buildings. We're talking about sustainable transportation in itself. Then climate action, which is the connector of all of this. Climate action in itself is talking about the emissions that we put out there in forms or in different forms. But this time around, we're talking about sustainable buildings and sustainable transportation. So now the emissions that are going out into the atmosphere must be the one that is considerably reduced to its barest minimum. And that is when you can be talking of having a sustainable construction. So that means the construction, we're going to look at the overview of a sustainable building in its entirety, and that will give us a better understanding of this particular phrase in terms of climate action, because we have something called embodied energy. And that's when you're talking in terms of the manufacturing state of the material you're going to use, the transportation stage before you even move them to site, and you now start using it on site, and even the havoc those materials as themselves are going to cause in the atmosphere going forward through the lifespan of the building itself, right? And SDG 15 is talking about life on land, which has to do with land. That's where we build, right? And it's saying that we can improve biodiversity, we can save water, we can save resources, and help to protect the forest. we utilize some of these things, right, for construction works. And by the time we're utilizing it, are we replacing them? Are we trying to improve biodiversity? Are we chasing out nature? Are we trying to reclaim some land from wildlife? You know, some of the animals that are gone into extinction now is basically because urbanization happened, and you have to chase some of these animals away from their homes. You know, these are some of the things that sustainable construction, talk in terms of sustainable buildings and sustainable transition, must look at to be able to protect biodiversity in itself. Then the last, which happens to happen to everything, is the partnership for the goal. For anything you do, if there is no partnership and collaboration in delivering your product or services, then definitely it is not sustainable. So that is one of the key reasons why even the SDG 17 is also related to sustainable building and transportation. So quickly, we go to the next slide. This, just giving an overview of sustainable building. I said it represents one of the biggest global investment opportunity of the next decade, and is estimated by the International Finance Corporation to be about $24.7 in terms of US dollar, $24.7 trillion by the year 2030. And a typical example is the real estate companies, developers, and funds that are representing more than 4.1 trillion in assets under management that have been reported to the global ESG benchmark for real assets in the year 2019, and is growing by year. 90% align their projects with green buildings. When talking in terms of rating standards that you utilize for measuring sustainable buildings, right? And this simply means that the entire globe is looking in the light of sustainable buildings now, rather than having the usual non-sustainable construction or sustainable building or non-sustainable transportation that we used to have. And that is why this is also very vital and very important that Nigeria also key into this, and we make the best out of it. And at this point, it is important that I also mention that usually I used to be one of the major critics of Green Building Council of Nigeria because it went dead for a while, but okay, should I use the word hallelujah now? It's resurrecting, and Green Building Council just recently, last month, I guess, had been admitted into the World Green Building Council, and this simply means that the council in Nigeria is also now doing the right thing, and I'm proud to be a professional member of that. And it's interesting that we are also looking in this light, and going forward, I believe that sustainable buildings will begin to emanate more in the Nigerian space. Now, I talked about an overview of the embodied energy in construction process. This is just a typical example of what I was talking about the other time. We have the whole life carbon for the entire construction phase, right from the product stage up to the construction stage, up to the use stage. That's, yes, when you're utilizing the entire construction, up to the end of life. And you can see that in the blue circle. And if you look at all of this, when we start with the product stage, it talks about the raw material supply that you utilize in putting up these structures, the buildings you want to put up, the transportation system that you want to put up. It talks of transportation in itself, and the manufacturing. You know, there are so much energy that you put into use when you are doing all of these things. So some of these things are upfront carbon, and you have to take cognizance of them and be conscious of it. So it does not just start from when you go to the site or take over or take possession of a site and begin to construct. That's not when sustainable construction or sustainable building begins. It actually begins from when you're sourcing the raw material, when you're transporting them, manufacturing and the likes. Then when you're done manufacturing, you move to the next, which is the construction process stage. You have to transport the materials now to site. Then the construction installation itself, the process happens. During the construction, maybe some turn on the generators to power some electricity. You know, a lot of energy also are born into that entire process. You know, these are some of the things that need to be catered for. And these are called upfront carbon. And this upfront carbon also has its own significant effect when you're talking about sustainable building and you're talking about sustainable transportation system. in the construction phase. Then when we move from that, we go to the operational stage, and that's the use stage. The use stage, if I can use my mouse, I don't know if my mouse is showing, you can see the use stage around this area. The use stage is B17, and it's talking about you utilizing it. When you're now turning on your tap to take water, do you waste water? Or do you just keep the tap running, waste so much resources, or you leave your light bulb on all the day long when you don't even need it? You know, these are some of the things you actually also need to look at. These are some of energy waste, because if you keep your tap running, very soon the tank overhead will soon run dry. You will have to turn on your pump to pump water over again. With the resources of water in itself you're wasting, you're also utilizing more energy to continue to pump water. And these are some of the things that actually happen within that space. They're talking in terms of maintenance. Do you just leave the building to just grow old, rust, and begin to deteriorate into the atmosphere? Or you continue to maintain the building, you continue to maintain the transportational system so that minimal energy will be born into the atmosphere? A typical example is road construction. If you do not maintain the road properly, then you'll discover that there will be so much traffic jam. And if traffic jam begins to happen, that means even vehicles that are on the road will begin to burn more fuel, and they'll begin to put more exhaust into the atmosphere. These are some of the things that actually put together to inform the embodied carbon that you find a sustainable building or sustainable transportational system. And we talk of repair. You have to do repairs as at when due, because when you don't, there are also repercussions to that. A typical example is when your window is broken and you decide not to repair it when due. If you are turning on your air conditioner system all the time, you will discover that the compressor will continue to run. The more the compressor runs, the more energy it sucks. So when you're supposed to have attained a certain degree that is considerable, when the compressor is supposed to go off, the compressor wouldn't go off because there's a leak in the window that is also taking out some of the cooled air that you already have, and is already bringing in some all stale air that is from outside. You know, and this all together actually still constitutes to the energy that you actually utilize in the building or whatever it is that you want to utilize it. Then we talk of refurbishment, just more like repair, but in an advanced stage, and replacement. You have to replace the broken things. You know? These are just some of the things. I don't want to waste too much time here. Then we talk of end of life. When you're trying to deconstruct, what kind of material did you utilize for building in the first place? Is it something you can reuse? Something you can actually disintegrate into the earth surface? Or is it something that will constitute more carbon into the atmosphere, or will just be there as waste that will be constituting nuisance into the environment? No, you need to be able to dispose some of these things, maybe disintegrate them, maybe recycle them. These are some of the things that you need to consider that makes up sustainable building in itself, right? And we quickly run to the next one. Now I want to talk about this, not very common, but something very vital that we need to look at. You know, this is a proposition from the International Monetary Fund. International Monetary Fund is proposing $75 per ton, as carbon tax, right? So, which simply means that if you are turning out 1 tonnage of carbon into the atmosphere, you'll pay a tax of $75. It looks huge, especially when you convert to Nigerian naira. But in the real sense, is this really huge? Let's take a typical example and just wash out what happens. Sweden, yeah, Sweden carbon tax is actually $127 per ton. It's operational. I'm not saying anticipated, I'm talking about operational. And has reduced emission by 25% since 1995. And while the economy has expanded by 75% since then. So is this something very good? Is this something that we need to be looking at so that everybody becomes conscious of the carbon that we throw out into the atmosphere, be it building, be it waste, be it from any angle? You know, this is some of the things that probably if we look at might begin to change our mindset and begin to change the orientation of the way the public reacts to when we talk about global warming, when we talk about emissions, when we talk about all of these things. Because a lot of people just think it's vague. Everybody thinks it's just out there, like, I've not really seen the effects. So they don't really even understand the nitty-gritty of these things. Now, this is just a typical example. I will just bring this up to sustainable building and let us see the effects cost-wise. I'm a quantity surveyor, don't permit me. So I'm just going to wrap it up and turn it to cost so that we can at least have the insight of the implication of some of these things that we're talking about, right? All right, we're talking about non-green building. And here I have another scenario that talks about green building. 1 megajoule, for an example, approximately has 0.0024 ton of energy in it, of carbon in it. So 1 megajoule, if you're exerting energy of about 1 megajoule, you have like 0.0024 tonnage of carbon in it, right? So if that scenario is, let's just say, approximate, we have these two buildings, the floor area is the same, 1,000 square meters, and you have emission impact for the non-green building to be about 18 to 85%, because it's turning out 1,583 megajoule into the atmosphere. Why this other one, which is a green building, is turning out energy as well. It's still green, but it's still turning out energy. You need to just be conscious of that. Very important. But then the emission impact is about 0% to 5%. And it's turning out 590 megajoule into the atmosphere. So now let's just quickly take a typical look. What will eventually happen is that this will be throwing out that's the non-green building now, the non-sustainable building. It will be throwing out 0.38 ton per meter square, while the green building will be turning out is 0.14 ton per meter square into the atmosphere. All right, is this good or bad? Now let us just have a typical example. Okay, this is a little lower than even the $75, but let's just say we have this as our carbon tax, 30,750 per ton. If that is our carbon tax, so for you to turn out a tonnage of carbon into the atmosphere, you're going to be charged this amount as tax on that carbon that you're putting into the atmosphere. This is what's going to happen. For the non-green building, they're going to, over the space of 60 years, they are going to be paying this huge amount in Nigerian naira, 701 million naira, for the amount of tonnage into the atmosphere as carbon tax. But when you have it as green building, definitely this is not going to be the entirety amount, because when you're talking about carbon tax, you still have some things you have to reduce. So the figure might eventually drop. But I'm just giving this as a raw figure as it is. And I put a note down there. I said depreciation not taken into consideration. I'm not looking at the depreciation value of those buildings, right? And I'm talking in terms of the other green building. If you are going to consider it over the space of 60 years, you'll be having 258,000,300,000, right? And this, when you look at the two difference, that's when you'll be able to see the real impact of why you need to go for a green building rather than go for a non-green building. Now, that's just a typical scenario. And okay, now I've talked about that. And now I'm just quickly going to rush over to sustainable transportation, right? And I give a typical scenario here. I said the sustainable transportation system is one that allows the basic needs of individual and society to be met safely, capital letter, and in a manner that is consistent with human safety, human and ecosystem health. So you're talking in terms of human, talking in terms of the ecosystem. And this entire infrastructure must be affordable and operate efficiently. Yeah, Prof was talking about efficiency and effectiveness the other time, and is bringing out productivity, which is very fantastic, right? And so that means it must operate efficiently, offers choice of transport mode. So it's not like we are just restricted to one. Actually, what's happening in Lagos, everybody is restricted to road. So now, if we like it or not, Lekki Express Road will always be jam-packed every blessed day, because we are only having just one choice of transport mode. And this is actually not good, and it's not sustainable. And we need to start thinking in other direction. And it must support the economy. It must limit emission and waste within the planet's ability to absorb them. Minimize, the word minimize, consumption of non-renewable resources. It might not completely eliminate, but it has to minimize it to the considerable level, and reuses and recycles its components, right? If you can always use and you cannot recycle, then you need to reduce it. I didn't put that, it should be there, right? And it minimizes the use of land and the production of noise. It must minimize the use of land, and it must also minimize the production of noise. Like, that is what sustainable transportation in itself is all about. That's the entire conversation around sustainable transportation. Now we have different modes. I was talking about modes of transport the other time. So I just put up some of them. We have the road, the rail, the waterways, the air plus area cable, right? We have the pipeline, we have the walking, you have to walk. Yeah, it's part of mode of transportation. We're moving around, right? Now, in terms of the emission, we say the contribution of the transport sector to increasing greenhouse gas emission and fossil fuel consumption have been at the center of global discussion on climate change. So that means sustainable transportation is very key and vital. And why is this? And I'll put a note here. I said transport is among the fastest growing sector for carbon dioxide emission from fuel combustion, and it is estimated to contribute between 23% to 29% of total energy-related carbon dioxide emission. So which is huge. So anything that has to do with energy-related, transportation is already taking about 23 to 29%, which is huge. And that's why it's important that sustainable transportation is being addressed. Transport enables development. Yes, we will always argue that out because that is one of the key advantages of we having transportation. But let's not forget that it causes traffic congestion, pollution, noise, road accidents, that together brings about 2 to 10% reduction in the country's level gross domestic product. So if it has this much or enormous disadvantage, then sustainable transportation needs to be taken into key consideration for us to be able to also balance the need for transportation in itself and the need for growing our economy. That's that point right there. And I was talking in terms of here, just putting up some digital transformation use that can actually revolutionize the entire mobility system or transportation system. And I was talking in terms of increasing safety for driver, passenger, and pedestrian. So when you're talking in terms of sustainable transport, you must be looking in this direction. The design of the transportation system in itself must be inclusive, and you must be able to consider everything that has to do with sustainability in the design stage. And you're talking in terms of reducing traffic or traffic jam, like we used to have, and then making public transport accessible, even for the disabled people, right? Now, let me just quickly talk about this before I round up. Today, 55% of the world's population lives in urban area. By 2050, the United Nations predicts that number will go up by 68%. If that's going to happen, about 2.5 billion more people will actually turn up into the urban area. So now this urbanization that is going to happen, what would that cost? Urbanization will bring its also benefit, but then it will put a constraint or a strain on the city's transportation and mobility system, resulting in traffic congestion, inadequate public transport, and the likes. So that means it is important that we start, or imperative for us to start looking into that right now as we go along, right? And talk about reality check. Do I still have time? Please. How many more minutes do I have?
Right now, we want to go into the question and answer. So if
okay, so fantastic. All right, because I want to talk about reality check, but it's important that we take the question and answer. So at this point, I will just try to hang the boat. Thank you for listening, everybody. And
thank you for the wonderful presentation. And one of the reasons why we were actually looking up to this particular theme was because of we consider looking at our nation. When you look at our transportation means and even the cities, is becoming something that really need an urgent effort so that we'll be able to tackle it before everything gets out of hand. And I have some couple of questions here. And okay, let me start with this. Like, how do you think we can create? How do you think we can improve our cities towards ensuring the SDG 3, 7, 11, 13, and 15? You get the question, sir?
Come again, please.
Okay. How do you think we can improve our cities? Especially when you talk about the major cities in Nigeria, Ibadan, Lagos, Kano, Abuja, Kaduna, and the likes. How do you think we can help improve these cities towards ensuring a more sustainable environment?
Okay, thank you. As individuals.
Yeah, as individuals, because we've come to realize that most times we can't rely on the government, and
yes,
private we do little. So as individual, how can we do? What can we do to get this thing done?
Thank you. As if I anticipated that question. So I already have it, and I'm putting it up on this slide right now. It's some of the things I couldn't talk about, but now that the question is coming, I will just quickly paraphrase about it, right? I was saying where we should focus our attention to, right? As individuals, we need to look at some things that we need to do. Mindset change, right? That's very key. Mindset change. We have to shift focus from where we used to be now to where we are now. So as an individual, or let's just say collectively, or as individual organizations. So now, when you're talking in terms of individual, you have some corporations, organizations that actually run car fleets. Some of them transportation system and all of like. So these are also part of it. And they are also, I'm considering them as to be part of the individual that you're talking about. Right? Because we need to look into controlling climate change, we need to decrease the level of water contamination, reduce global warming, and improve air quality through our transportation system. Some of these 4 things that I put up here are just key things that we can do to actually do or improve our transportation system. First is the driverless fleets that I mentioned here. These are actually take its toll in Europe. And California had actually even recorded, what's the name? I've forgotten, it skipped my mind now. There's the name of a company that is already running a driverless fleet, right? You don't even need to have a driver, and it's being commercialized. It goes pick people up and go drop them where they are going. These are some of the things that were actually in itself. Let's take Nigeria for a typical Nigeria for an example. When traffic happens in Nigeria, you discover that what people do is that people go off-road. Lane that is supposed to be meant for 3 cars, you will find 10 lanes. And in front, that 10 lane will eventually turn back to 3. So you will find out that every congestion that is happening is just because of mindset change, or because of our own mindset that I want to go before this guy. This guy that is here does not have somewhere important to go, but I do. So I need to go before him, And some of these things make us go off-road, and at the end of the day, everybody just jump pack, and it causes a whole lot of traffic congestion. But if you have driverless fleet, for an example, the car already knows that once there is a queue in front, once there's a red light, it stops. Once there's a car in front, it just follows. That's what's supposed to be. These are some of the things that can actually maybe break the barrier of some of the things we're experiencing. That's 1. 2, cleaner cars or cleaner vehicles. We have to start looking in terms of going for cleaner vehicles. Inside in my slide, maybe I'm going to drop it, right? In my slide, there is a portion that mentioned is gas a solution for us. There is this program by the government. The federal government is actually trying their own little bit, maybe from their own side. There is this program, let's not rule out that completely, right? National Gas Expansion Program by the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. And the INGEP program is a program that want to commercialize the use of gas. So want to have that commercialization in the use of gas to the point where you'll be able to use it to cook, you'll be able to use it for your water heater, you'll be able to use it for your air conditioning system, you'll be able to use it for your cars, use it for anything whatsoever that you want to have. So in estates, you begin to have gas, refueling station and blah, 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 and what have you. And gas is a cleaner gas. It's a cleaner fuel, rather, compared to the petrol and diesel and all the likes that we have. Like, that's one. Then we're talking in terms of having solar vehicles, right? Solar vehicles. Not everybody can afford it, but those that can afford it, let us begin to change our mindset from petrol vehicle. Let's move to cleaner vehicles. The more we move to cleaner vehicles, the better for us, the better for the environment. And then we're talking about inclusion of eco-friendly technologies and e-cargo bikes. Yes, that e-cargo bike is very important. E-cargo, sorry for that. I know you want to cut me. E-cargo bikes.
Because of our time, we are trying to...
Okay.
You can,
All right.
you can just finish your.
Yeah, let me just show you the typical example of what I'm talking about. Yeah, this picture just shows, this one on the left is showing the driverless fleet. The other side is showing the cargo. So instead of having trucks all around the place, we can just have this bike. The bike, you make the pedal, but you don't have to stress because there is a motor controlling the pedal for you. And you can move cargoes from one place to another. These are some of the solutions that we actually might be thinking about bringing onto the table.
Thank you for that. Sorry, we are just trying to manage the time. But lastly, I want to ask this question that because when you were talking about trying to re-educate the public and trying to educate them more about some of these practices. So, which approach do you think we can best adopt to create this awareness and education of the public?
Approach?
Yes.
That's a tough one. But then social media is there. A lot of civil societies, let's engage civil societies. A lot of them do advocacy.
Sorry, let me cut you short from there. When you talk about the social media, I think most of the people on the social media are mostly youths, and the real people that, for example, most the downfall drivers most of them don't know what's going on Twitter or Instagram.
Yeah, yes, I was just coming there. I just mentioned social media because that's like the general answer for everyone. Advocacies are happening out there. So I'm not even going to dwell on that. I just mentioned social media because it is one platform that you can utilize. Then I was talking about civil societies. We have civil societies that do advocacies in this regard. A whole lot of them do advocacies in this regard. They can go into the nooks and crannies of communities to actually sensitize people about what is and what is not, right? So these are some of the areas we can actually look at. But then it brings us back to the carbon tax. Because when you're talking about civil societies, especially the not-for-profit organizations, they are not-for-profit. And majority of them do not even have the capacity to be able to do some of these things. But if there is a carbon tax or a reservoir somewhere that the government has to be able to fund some of this not-for-profit, for them to be able to go out en masse and do some of this publicity and get some of these things done, it's going to be a win-win for everybody. But in itself, I think it just still goes back to carbon tax, not just carbon tax alone. I was about to talk about benefits. If you check my slide here, I was going to talk about the benefit from climate tax, from feebates and policy-generated revenue, right? So it has a whole lot of benefits that you can actually accrue from this. And in itself, it will return, it's a give and take, it will return the entire thing back to the system. We can rely on the civil society to be able to help us with this. But then you need to be ready to fund some of this not-for-profits.
I think that's a very salient point because the funding is a major thing we really need to ensure a more cleaner and sustainable society. So thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate your time and thank you for sharing some of your industry knowledge with us. And we hope as time goes on, we will still have more things to learn from you and maybe hopefully collaborate as regards the SDG number 17. So once again, thank you very much. We really love you and we appreciate you. So
thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So to our general audience, at this juncture, I want to thank you so far for being with us. And so my other host will take over from here. But I remain my humble self, Olusola Olajabi. So
yeah, thank you. Thank you, Olusola. Thank you for the wonderful session with Ambassador Olushile. And thank you, Ambassador, for the insightful session you gave us. Quickly, I know that it's been a long day, yeah, indefinitely, and a lot of knowledge has been dished here. And yeah, and keep learning over. We have to unlearn and relearn over and over. We are ending with the final session for today, and leading that session is Ms. Onyeye. She's the head of Mini Grids Energy Access Nigeria. And she's going to be discussing energy decarbonization with us in the next 15 minutes. Over to you, Ma. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are glad to have you on this call.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And a big thank you to the entire team for inviting me here. It's always, for me, it's always a privilege to learn, and I always take these opportunities as a learning session. Just, if you indulge me a bit, let me just share my screen, and we'll just briefly run through the presentation. Promise not to take too much of your time.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. And our audience, please, we appreciate, there's something we are going to do as this session is going to be ending. We actually be engaging the summit based on the knowledge we've gained today, and using the common hashtag for the summit. That's hashtag Accelerate SDGs. I'm going to discuss more on that after Ms. Onye's session. I won't like to disrupt our section, so that we can have much time to learn better. All right, over to you, Ma. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. So the idea today is just to take a deep dive into energy decarbonization, talk about carbon neutrality and what it means. So the question is, why decarbonization? Why do we want to decarbonize? I'm hoping that I just take a step back so that we speak a little bit around the carbon cycle. You understand how carbon flows and why it's now becoming imperative for us to reduce the amount of carbon that we send into the atmosphere. So typically, even without the use of fossil fuel and the production of energy, we have a carbon cycle that flows in the environment. As if you remember your basic biology, the trees use carbon dioxide to make food, right? Animals eat of that carbon dioxide. And then the animals die, the trees die, and then that's how fossil fuel is actually formed. So these dead organisms then decay under pressure, and different types of fossil fuels are formed, oil, gas, and all of that. Coal is formed underground, and then as humans, we then go and extract these energy resources, right? And then start burning fossil fuel. Now, so without the addition of this emission-producing factories, we would typically have, the flow of CO2 in the atmosphere, like a natural cycle that works on its own. However, with the addition of the burning of fossil fuel, we then have excess CO2, in the atmosphere. And why is this critical to understand it? Carbon dioxide is the most important greenhouse gas, right? So by design, CO2 absorbs heat and radiates heat in all directions. Now, just for understanding, we need an appropriate amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. Without CO2 in the atmosphere, from what we know and from what scientists tell us, the earth will be frozen. So CO2 is critical for us to emit back that heat. But the problem now is that there's now too much CO2 in the atmosphere, which means that these elements are absorbing heat and emitting it back into the atmosphere, which is then causing, the temperature of the earth to rise beyond normal levels. And that's why we're saying we need to then decarbonize, right? Either by reducing or removal of the CO2 atmosphere already in the atmosphere, either by reducing or removing CO2 output in the atmosphere, right? Or by reducing our emissions so we don't send more CO2 into the atmosphere. So energy decarbonization then means that we need to produce energy while emitting less CO2, right? As much as possible to reduce it to the barest minimum, right? So that's where we are, because of course, the energy sector is one of the biggest contributors to the carbon in the environment. By the reason of the kind of fossil fuel that we burn with coal, gas, oil, and all of that, the entire value chain of our energy resources, before, the buzz of renewables, most of the energy that was produced through fossil fuel. So we need to find ways, to start reducing the amount of CO2 that we emit, and that's so that we can manage the global temperature towards within certain limits. This is just a graph, to show the rise in CO2 in the atmosphere. You can see that it has been on an upward trajectory since, coal being one of the major contributors into the CO2 emission in the atmosphere. And then we have other fossil fuel contributions. This report is from the International Energy Agency. So we can see that we are almost doubling our the parts of CO2 in the atmosphere. It's almost been doubled from 180 to 407 currently in the past say 30 years, 20 to 30 years. And if this trend doesn't continue and more CO2 is emitted into the atmosphere, we will continue to see heating of the atmosphere. And with all the consequences that come with it, if you've been following the news in Europe, you hear that they are having heat wave. We hear that the glaciers are melting. All the climate events that come with the heating of the atmosphere. There's flooding in certain places. There are wildfires in certain places. On one hand, and that's by the energy that is produced. On the other hand, the deforestation that is also going on. So removing the energy, the carbon sink, is also putting a disproportionate amount of CO2 in the environment. This is just a pictorial representation of what I've just said. So you can see that the sink right now is less than the source. So we're producing more CO2 than we're sinking. If you remember the earlier graph that I showed, it should have just been a cycle, which essentially then keeps it as a net zero. So the amount you produce is almost equal to the amount that you sink. But linked to our land usage, linked to deforestation that is going on. And of course, energy intensity is increasing everywhere. If, for example, Africa were supposed to hit the kind of modern energy minimum that is defined for us, the amount of energy that we actually need for development, if we add that here, and if that is powered by fossil fuel, then the sources will far increase more than the sink that we currently have. So carbon neutrality is then around trying to make sure that, when you do the summation of the sources and the sink, you have a net zero of that. This is also just providing it in numbers, electricity being the biggest producer of GHG emissions currently. Of course, we still have transport and buildings. And what do we need to do to get this, to reduce our carbon production? Is it that we shift production, so we shift our energy resources, from carbon emitting resources as we transition to renewables, right? Or we begin to develop man-made carbon sinks. If you follow some of the advancements that has happened, you would see that there are lots of conversation around there, carbon sequestration, carbon storage, and all of that. But that's a whole new conversation. But those are the kind of things, topics we need to start speaking around to be able to talk about reaching this carbon neutrality. So I'll just quickly move into the case study currently that we have to see how organizations or countries are using policy, to try and drive this neutrality that we're talking about. So the EU has this Green Deal. For a bit more context, I know that our current reality, with what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, may make this deal look like it's not fully being implemented, because we can see that some countries are going back to coal, and are firing their coal plants for longer than they have agreed. But we can just leave that. We can just take that in the context of the war that is going on. But if we follow what has happened in Europe and the kind of trajectory that they had set, it's something that if each country or if each region begins to adapt, we can get to a climate neutral position by 2050. Of course, while ensuring that it's a just transition. The just transition is that the people that have emitted the most, should bear the burden for cleaning up the emission. The African continent, as we say, I think they say if you take out South Africa, only accounts for 2% of the global emission. And today, Africa needs to do a lot of work in energy development. But we're hoping that transition can, we can get both goals at the same time. Get both the requirement, to develop the economy with energy, and also be able to, find our parts through to get a carbon neutral environment. So the goals for the EU deal was, of course, to ensure a secure and affordable EU energy supply, which is critical because you must secure energy supply. There must be energy security, right? And then to develop a fully integrated and interconnected digitized EU market, prioritize energy efficiency. So energy efficiency is using less energy for more output or using same energy for more output. Improving energy performance of buildings, and of course, developing a power sector that is largely based on renewable sources. They have also outlined the how to build an interconnected energy system, boost energy efficiency, decarbonize the gas sector, promote smart integrations, empower customers, and all of that. So I'll bring it down to Nigeria and what we're currently doing. We have this vision 30-30-30, which is to have 30 megawatts with 30% renewables by the year 2030. We're not on track to achieve these goals, even though if you look at it strictly speaking with our hydro resources, our hydro resources actually account for, on the average, across the year, it accounts for 30% of the energy that is produced into the grid. But if you look at it globally, where you then count, all the other distributed energy generating systems across, you see that we're not on track to meet that goal and even to hit the goal of 30 megawatts by 2030. We have a sufficient for where we currently are, amount of regulations on paper, that can lead us to begin to achieve these goals. In terms of our NDCs and nationally determined contributions to COP, the analysis show that we're not very far away from what we have pledged. But again, remember that we have not even become as energy intensive as we want to be. The question is, if we get to that level of energy intensity, where we're using energy for production, and whether we'll still be in line with that. We have the National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Policy, beautiful document written in paper. We also have, energy efficiency action plans and several documents to back us up. So in terms of policy that we have in Nigeria, we have clearly and beautifully written policies. It's a question of, it's a question of implementation. And key on that is energy access. As you know, we are one of the highest countries with the least energy access across the world. So primary for us is to be able to achieve this energy access goal. And then we move to energy efficiency and then renewable energy. What's our part to play in all of this? As young people and as we continue to get our voices heard, is to continue to do the advocacy and the awareness like we're currently doing, continue to hold the government accountable, begin to develop conversations, develop the conversations around adopting new technology. If we find ways to innovate our systems, to be able to innovate the systems to be sure that we're using more and more of resilient energy resources that can both match the demand for energy and also meet the need for decarbonization of the energy sector. We would also need to evolve our existing solutions, find ways, for example, in Nigeria, find ways to integrate intermittent renewables, so the types of wind and solar systems to the grid, and of course the kind of advocacy that we are currently doing. Continue to scale this kind of advocacy conversations on the national scale, and of course we need more and more people in the sector to come in and play the part and take up on these roles to be able to have these conversations. I think I'm right on time. So I'm happy to take any questions. We can open it up for the next 5 minutes to take any questions that you may have.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been an insightful one indeed, and really appreciate you. So in terms of policy recommendation, what are you going to recommend when it comes to energy decarbonization?
Like I mentioned, we have beautiful policies on paper. That's one. On the second hand, we haven't actually most of Nigerians' energy production is gas. We don't have any coal. We don't have any dirty fuel, like they call it. So even in terms of our NDCs, we're right on track to meet them. If you go to the NDC tracking website, Nigeria is one of the few countries on track to meet them. But the reason is because, my own opinion is because we're not yet producing as much energy, right? So it's usually a function of the energy we produce, right? So if as a country we need 50,000 megawatts and we're only producing 4, then the energy, the decarbonization target is so little that we are missing it. So we would only see that impact when we grow our energy security, be able to guarantee energy access, across the population. We can then start implementing those policies that we have that are beautifully written on paper. Nigeria is one of the only few countries that have their energy agenda. We have beautiful policies written on paper. We may not have the opportunity to implement them because in terms of energy usage, we haven't gotten there. But just to answer, if we can start implementing energy efficiency in buildings, the government starts holding building codes accountable, and especially for the industries off grid, right? So we have a lot of industries that produce their energy. A lot of them are on gas, which gas has already been, declared a transition fuel. If we can at least put in a policy that at least starts to measure, to be able to create a baseline, because I think one of the problems we have in Nigeria today is that we don't even know our baseline, right? To be able to create that baseline, how much CO2 is emitted at this industry, how much CO2 is emitted at this industry. If we can collect all that data, we can then be able to say, oh, this is where we are. Because what we currently do, we just use, the rule of thumb. If you burn, 1 liter of diesel, this is the expected, CO2, and then we just do those multiplications. We don't actually know on the ground. So I think the critical policy we need to set in place today is to at least have a system that measures the baseline. Let's know where we are actually, not by rule of thumbs. Let's know where we are actually. If we know where we are actually, and also integrating off-grid systems, right? So don't just do it for the grid, don't just do it for the power plants on the grid. There are more power plants off-grid than there are on-grid. You take that data, and then when we see our actuals, we'll then be able to make policies, that guarantee both. I keep saying both are important, energy for development and then the decarbonization.
All right, thank you for that. It's been an insightful session indeed. And yeah, I believe with time, our policy will get into action and we get to have that new Nigeria we are all looking forward to. Once again, on behalf of Sustainable Development Network Solution, we really want to appreciate you. Despite the very busy engagement, I knew that you left one meeting to join this summit. Thank you so much. And every time we do call on, you always answer us. Thank you once again, really appreciate you. Participants, we really appreciate you despite that. It's been a long day actually. And yeah, not just a long day, but it's been a great benefit to each and every one. And it's high time we accelerate actions towards achieving the sustainable development goals. So before we go, please, I would love us to take use our device and use the hashtag accelerate SDGs, then also hashtag SDSN Youth Nigeria. Let's try as much as possible based on the learnings you've gained today in any of the session, whatever statement that comes to mind, please kindly ensure you post that on social media with the hashtag accelerate SDGs. And also ensure you follow that hashtag, and definitely we'll be getting more updates from there. And the other update which we like to share is the session for tomorrow. The session for tomorrow is going to start the same time, 9 a.m. West African time, and it's going to end by 12:30 all things being equal. And please, by God's grace, tomorrow we are going to give room for some participants to join on Zoom. Yeah, we know that today all our participants were on YouTube for very good reasons, and which has really helped us today. But tomorrow we try as much as possible. We are considering a limited number of participants to join the Zoom meeting where you can also have one-on-one engagement with the facilitator. And tomorrow's session is super loaded. Yeah, we have over 5 facilitators, and I think we already have a schedule. You can still confirm. And once again, really want to appreciate each and every one on behalf of SDSN Nigeria and the organizers of these events. Yeah, my appreciation goes to the organizer of these events, people that are behind the scene. There are a lot of people behind the scene working, technical team, the communication team, and the administrative team. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate you. We look forward to having you on this call tomorrow morning. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, thank you, wonderful team. Please, everybody, Madam Simi, Madam Bimpe, thank you for joining. I hope you are still online. We concluded that we'll be having our short meeting and take feedback on daily events. I think that was our discussion earlier. So have we ended that one? No. All right. Please, I will appreciate you quickly do reviews. Is Toby and please, let's unmute our mic. Let's kindly do reviews and let's know areas which we need to improve on against tomorrow. And before I give some other updates. Our powerful admin, Madam Timmy. Please unmute your mic. Let's quickly.